올라가자. 자, 올라가. It says it's supposed to be that amount, but it only works so far in that. It scans, holds my hand. Hey. Okay. Big poison. Yeah, that's about right. All goes good. Hi, Art. Boy, did I have a weekend this weekend. Me and the babe went around town dashing. I wouldn't say we made decent money, but I would say that we are much closer now than we were at the beginning. Are you, or this is already gone. Your sup? Can't eat anything decent? Pre-procedure diet? Last day of solid foods? Oh. Is it the procedure? Is it the procedure to remove the clip? I know it's not. That's what it's all hard. Because I did not move the mic towards the desk, and I moved it away before. Alright, now it's better, I think. Should be. I was not in the right state of mind when I got in last night. Certainly not when I sent her home. Colonoscopy. Yep, that sounds like it will hurt. Ah. Well, maybe that's lucky then. That the prep is the worst part. It could be worse. It could be worse. I found a new, well, I didn't find this game. I already knew this game was coming out. The Wizard with the Shotguns, or excuse me, Wizard with a Gun is already out, or is finally out. This game is so addictive. When I saw its teaser, I already knew that I'd like it. So I do have to remind myself that I need to, at some point this week, decide when I'm going to start the exhibition recording for my Slime Agenda for Pilot Big Val. But hey, new videos out soon. I dropped the first ones the other while ago. is the next video on. It's a secret. You'll find out when you see it. But it will be something that I have watched recently. The next two are going to be something that I have watched recently. Yes. Well, no, not Hassan. But yes, there will be a new versus chat soon. I've already talked to the people in question who are going to be in it. It's just a matter of picking the day that it's going to be on. Because I've been busy making money, as I was saying, this weekend. It wasn't necessarily something I could put off. But on top of new videos coming soon, there will be a new versus chat soon. To be quite truthful with you, or I'm completely uninterested in Hassan Piper, like obliviousness between himself and Ethan Klein. Now, I don't care about the drama. I do care that Ethan Klein has to find out what evil looks like. And what evil looks like is a fucking hipster that says, listen bro, I'm not responsible for anything. I'm completely at all audience. I don't control them. I don't let them do anything at all. When we all know for a fact that that was cap. Every single bit of that was cap. But maybe now that he knows how evil that man is and stops doing content with him, thus giving him a heightened platform upon which his evil can reach, maybe, just maybe, now he gets it. Now he understands. Now he knows what evil looks like. Maybe, just maybe, possibly. If there is a God in this world, it will help Ethan Klein understand that Hassan Piker is fucking evil. Oh, I've been putting a lot of things inside of the podcast topic section. Mostly as a reminder for me to do research and witness it, but I probably won't cover it on a broadcast, simply because I believe there is an inherent cost of evil to witnessing that, and I'm not quite sure if I want to pay that cost of evil. Because even I have limits, you know? Even I have limits to what I'm willing to witness, or what I'm willing to mock, or what I'm willing to see, and what I'm willing to do, or make content off of. Hello, Soupy. Yo, what up? I went around town doing DoorDash and doing, Instacart with my woman. We bonded over the collective frustration that only couples can. I posted videos of the outfits that I chose for her. If you scroll through my media on my timeline, you can probably find them, but you probably won't be able to comment on them if I'm not already following you back. She took an interview yesterday and probably will be getting a job at the local Walmart's grocers soon-ish. You know, the essentials. The essential salts. And I'm not quite sure what a Hellenist is. A big fan of Helen Keller? I don't know. Is it something that I said? I don't ever remember saying the word Hellenist, to be quite honest. These bullets suck in this gun. Perhaps I need to use spark bullets. I saw a Hellenist on Twitter post about prayer. Now pagans and Hellenists pray with arms open, and Christians pray with locked hands, implying that pagans are more based in praying with open hands. Something like a Cope meme. I do not have an opinion on that, because I do not know enough to have a formulated opinion. However, if they're saying I'm more based because I pray with an open hand position and you play with a closed hand position, that sounds gay as fuck. And they should find something better to do with their time. That's my personal opinion. Do I think that the Marvels will be the last Marvel movie? Not by a long shot. They'll still try to make milk shit make lane into existence. And to answer ahead of myself, no. It's not going to be a video on that either. Because I haven't watched it yet. I was going to watch it with Jay if she... Well, I know she's already watched it, but I was going to watch it with her. And, like... I don't know. Probably make something out of it. He's going to break this. Wow. What movies do you know are great for being about 90 to an hour and 50 minutes long? I can't think of any off the top of my head, Subi. That's really specific. a lot. I'll leave that in a second. Hold on. How do you cram so much story in an hour? Writers become lazy, and instead of actually writing for a internal narrative, they write like it's their first story on WhatsApp, which basically is there was a boy, and then he did some shit, and then he did some shit, and then he did some shit. Now that I'm not under a timer. The problem with 2-hour movies, which is to say the problem with movies that don't have anything about them, boring movies. If a really good movie encapsulates you, it doesn't matter if people think it's too long. You'll be ingrained in the story. If you want a good example of a movie that's long, but probably is good, you're going to want to watch something called 3,000 Years of Longing. If you can be able to pay attention to everything that's happening, and you are engrossed in it, and you do not want to leave it, walk away from the room, doing something for it, you're just here. In video game concepts, if I do nothing but play this game for the next 10 days, I'm latched in, I'm locked in. That's good. More than likely, though, most films will not do that. Most films are boring. So many hooks, so many premises. and not many of the hooks or premise are actually decent. They're not worthy of my attention span. Instead of being about something, they're about an ongoing universe that I may or may not have to watch 50 billion other pieces of property to know and understand. I forgot I had these are notes. I have to go back right now. I can end up bored, waiting for something interesting to catch my attention. It's like watching a new series. Or here's what I did, and why I'm writing reviews. The videos for the 2 series that I recently watched that I did not enjoy, that I will describe the reasons why and my concerns with them. Because as much as we like to say, man, there's so much content, when that content is fucking devoid of anything nutritious like food, you can stuff it in your face, but it's not gonna make you full. You won't be satisfied like a newlywed on her honeymoon night, on the first night of her honeymoon getaway. You want to be full, like the wife that got fucked so hard that she is now pregnant with fucking quadruplets. That's what you want. You want to be fulfilled. You want to be satisfied. You want to walk around the house beaming, dripping and wet and shit. But not a goddamn care in the world. La-di-da-di-da, I love my man so much, he makes me full. That's what you want from your content. You can't find that. The Tic Tacs are on the ground. You can't find that in content, especially in movies, because a movie is a full-fleshed concept. It's not the best, but it's fully formed main idea. You might have a 3-act structure. You might have an anthology type, where you're going through the theme of a concept. It might be abstract, and the point isn't that it's telling you a story, but it's conveying a mood and a tone, and it keeps that tone. Like, we're right here, and it keeps that tone. It doesn't just, and you don't switch, and you don't change. It all stays all chronologically the same. It's consistent the entire way through. And then when you've been able to understand it is consistent shit, that's when you get the you always gotta return to the baseline. Just and if you can do that, in terms of content, of entertainment, there's some level of status quo that does need to be respected. Besides the norm, people can't prove they can do the basics. They skip steps. Not just in video games, but in choices in life. They skip steps. They forget what true entertainment value is. Because everyone's trying to make multiple IPs that are supposed to be golden cash cows. Nobody's fucking interested. Because when you have the chance, with all these wonderful fresh IPs, we decided we're just gonna scroll past that shit. Scroll past that shit. I don't care. Scroll past this shit. I want to get to the new Marvel shit. Scroll past this shit. I want to get to the new bullshit that's being put up by Warner Brothers Discovery. Get past that shit. I don't care about anything that's actually good. I want something that people recognize. But it's all trash. It's all trash. And even in the shows, one of which I'm referencing right there was Moon Knight. Even when it's trying to tell a story and you're like, oh yeah, this is really nice. Like, wait, where's the story? Where's my hero moment? Where's my recognition of good over evil and basic concepts that I recognize? Why are we doing all this cliche shit that doesn't work? It makes for bad, boring content that ultimately is unsatisfying to everybody else in the room. It doesn't get better, it just gets worse. Now, I'll be right back. Put it in the kitchen, put on a shirt off camera. Hopefully that illustrates my opinion. Maybe for some of you that gives you a foresight of what I will write on that script that I will then read when I record it. Fuck you mean? Robin Hood was a certified Hooder classic. Listen to me! We don't be Robin. Motherfucker could not steal good ratings if he fucking tried. Okay, I never even fucking read this section. Alright, let's fight it, bullets. You still want to see... Oh, okay. Just for you, Horror. One of the videos is on Nocturne. Okay? One of the videos is on Nocturne. See, I'm leaning here, but the microphone's here. One of the videos is on Nocturne. Okay? Say nothing else. Find out like everybody else. That made my day just a teeny bit less unbearable. Okay. I suppose we gonna say that. I suppose we say that. Well, they're not crafting stations. And you always give me wood? Okay, that's taking 10 times faster. And the answer is yes. Come on. Spawn already! What was that loud thud? I'm sure you would love that show. Just ask Jay. I don't have to ask Jay. I've already seen episodes of it. Fucking theme song stuck in my head. And not in a good way. Why does my order bullet not make a sound? I hate the fact that it bugs out sometimes and you just can't fucking get across. Ugh. Oh, that's just one pizza and a side of cheesecake. Really. Because eating nothing but saltines, white bread, basic ass applesauce, and fat-free chicken broth sucks ass. I suppose, but I got a lot of spices in my kitchen, so that just sounds like a smorgasbord to me. But then again, I've been a person who's lived on the line of poverty, so that says a lot about me. Alright, force bullets suck. Why did I do that? Oh, it's not. Wait, no. Just, yeah. Was not the order I wanted them in, but that's whatever. Ah. That's why. 'Cause it's level 1! Stone. Which one comes first? Disease or order? Order, because I need to upgrade the order bullet. Not sure how spices will help any of that when I have to be on a bland diet. No, I was saying in terms of me. That sucks for you. For me, if I had to eat that diet, it would be okay for me. That doesn't help you, though. I apologize. Oh yeah, caffeine withdrawal. That'd be a bitch. Mm-hmm. I'd be punching the ceiling. I know how I want to arrange it. There. Actually, first. Life has been ass all weekend. But it was a wicked cough, chest congestion, and nasal blockage from the sickness that I must have picked up when I was with her last weekend. Fortunately, we were able to make enough money for the door dashing, as well as the extra money that I made cleaning the house of the roommate that she lives with. To be able to afford the shit. To get better. Now I got Ricola. I got knockoff Hall Men balls. It's just poured over the bed. Now I'm hungry though. coupon receipt for Jeremiah's Italian Ice because during one of our dashes, we were in range of it. And I need to get the app because I actually have an excuse to use it because we can be able to give it to the baby. And I got a knockoff Tussie. If I wanted to, I can now make jokes about lean. But don't do drugs, kids. Even if it's supposed to be manufactured. I feel so much better than I did 5 days ago. Which is all the reason. Also words are hard. Also the reason why the videos have taken so long and have been taking so long to make. It's hard to record if I can't breathe and stop hacking and wheezing. I had that all over body shake. I take a breath, I start coughing. I can feel all of my muscle sinews start to tighten in my back. Every single time I heave my chest, it causes a microquake, which then causes another coughing fit. You don't want to know how many takes it took me to do the Keith Lee video. I think I traded one pain for another because now I have some kind of weird tightness in the top of my knee. Where the fuck am I supposed to get a frog eye? Why do they give this look of weed? I can't tell if that allows me to do both. I think it does. Gas egg, using tentacle. Small brain, chaos eye. It's clearly an upgrade in the same disease pool. I will design that once I step off camera to the bathroom. I need to have more fiber to my diet. Cause my butthole is on fire. My butthole is on fire. And it's fire. My butthole is on fire. My butthole is on fire. And it's pain. I don't eat enough bread. Oh, my ass is feeling dead. Gonna get some more Kool-Aid. Okay. Anybody else have anything you want to say about their weekend? I need to remember to install this at some point. I got a new splitter. For sure this and this has to go together. Okay. Not okay. Actually. Okay. But how far away can you actually be? Okay. It has to be an adjacent or diagonal square. I feel like that's not fair, but okay. I'll take that as a no. Alright. I have a bunch of fucking things. Where do we start from? Okay, nigga Carl.
Readers.
Why is your lip always side crusty? Lord have mercy.
I think it's safe to say that I wasn't alone in anticipating the follow-up to the Castlevania anime, Castlevania Nocturne. The original show was easy to get into, even if you never...
Easy to get into. Really, Nega Carl? Easy to get into. Castlevania is a giant fucking property. Most people haven't even played any of the NES classics. And considering that this is that was adapting Dracula's Curse and a little bit of Castlevania 1, but unfortunately not the parts that actually mattered, it's kind of hard for people to get into when they have to open with world building. And unfortunately, that world building wasn't good. It wasn't great, it wasn't bad, but it wasn't good. I just did an entire, well, a few minutes ago. By a few minutes ago, I mean like probably 30 minutes ago if I actually look at the VOD. Explained what is the problem with making non-stop content sludge. It's boring. Nobody can get into it. Because nobody knows what they're supposed to care about. Now, Castlevania is a very simple concept. It is not a singular bit story of hero, villain, action, adventure, blah. Much like JoJo, Castlevania, the location, the world setting, the towns, the characters, depending on the time period and the context, the curses, the villains who are responsible for the plot, Dracula's motivation, if Dracula is a concept that is important to the actual story, especially if you're talking about certain things like, I don't know, Symphony of the Night. Everything that has to go into Castlevania requires an understanding of how you take the plot and you make it work. So when you say, well, the show wasn't that hard to get into, what the fuck do you mean, nigga Carl? Maybe I should say Fat Carl. You're me if I was fatter. You can't even say the plot of the story is what happens between Trevor, Sypha, and Alucard as they go across trying to kill Dracula, because unfortunately, that's only seasons 1 through 2. 3 has nothing to do with Dracula, as does 4. I had to take the entirety of Castlevania and compare it to Nocturne, upon which I'm going to compare it and call them Series 1 and Series 2. Castlevania Series 1 is about the world building upon the characters, named or unnamed, implied, hinted at, or otherwise, of how one person's actions causes a cataclysmic ripple effect on everybody in the country of Wallachia. You'd think, oh, man, you're talking about Lisa? No, I'm talking about Lisa and her death. Lisa showing up on Vlad Tepesh's doorstep results in her not only getting what she wants, but also becoming his wife and the mother of his child. And that child revolts against his father because eventually he is then killed. His mother is then killed because they suspect her for being a witch. Rolls up in fireball head form, possibly after being begged for mercy, not just by his son. I'm trying to remember as well as I can. I'm pretty sure that scene actually comes after her death. So Lisa, at the fucking stake, says, please give them mercy. Everyone from people who had nothing to do with it, to that one woman who came to pray at Lisa's house when they burned it down, and them saying, oh wow, I can't believe God still exists. Please, ma'am, please, leave here. I don't want you to die in what I'm about to do. says to the entire city of Gresham, you have 1 year to leave, and then I'm killing all of you. 1 year and a day to the moment they throw a festival and they get their shit pushed in by night creatures. Some named, some unnamed. This results in what is basically the setup to find the party that creates what should have been a 4-man party, but let's not rant about Dynasty. Instead now, a 3-man party of characters, a hero, a comic relief, and the straight man, or technically I should say, the comic relief woman and the straight man vampire, half-breed. And how they bungle and or plan their way into Castlevania for the purposes of a showdown with the man himself. Meanwhile, Dracula himself has set into machinations a series of results and choices, because really, he's been doing this for a while now, and what he has basically been writing, quote from Alucard himself, is the longest suicide note in history. Because he's sad, he's heartbroken, he doesn't want to live anymore, and if he has to give himself a Heraclean task to potentially do what he wants and needs to do, he will do it. And unfortunately, part of that Heraclean task is kill all humanity. Not simple, because how do you kill all humanity? Well, I guess we're just gonna run a blood purge. But then, you're vampires. You drink blood. And in the case of death, hidden as one of his oldest court members, in the visage of somebody who, quite literally, should not have been written as fucking comic relief, but was. That character, effectively, when he doesn't get what he wants, which is Dracula, to purge everybody, because he's a death vampire who eats death. Not relevant for seasons 1 to 2, but probably was what they used as a justification to bring him in. Dracula, in his plan to kill all humans, finds an Hector and Isaac, who should have been the lead character upon which we chose to focus on, but apparently they didn't want to do that, and instead chose to go the other way around and make Isaac the hero character because African-American! So that's annoying because his character was a character, and even Hector's character was a character. But why the fuck are we making fun of a fucking protagonist character when he should be doing what Forge Masters do? He finds, in his 2 human Forge Masters, the possibility of something more. At the very least, he sees it in Isaac. A human that, quote, when people ask me why I would work with Dracula to bring about the death of all humans, is because humans are fucking rude, heartbroken black male, who was basically a slave, who said to his slaver, I love you, please, don't send me and beat me again. He is rescued from the cataclysm that would happen at the castle, and effectively trudges out in the world on his own journey, on his way back to make something, since the world is rotten, and rather than allowing it to fester in shit, instead decides, in his wake of death, he will make something beautiful, despite the fact that even the souls of the damned that create and host the night creature bodies he creates from the souls of the people he kills with his forge scissors, just like Hector does with his hammer, even the damned souls are putrid, and their hearts black with shit! Shit! But Mr. I want some grapes, can I have some more grapes? Saying, I heard you calling from the abyss. They tore out my eyes, Isaac. They fucked me over for wanting to learn truths, Isaac. Thank you for giving me a chance to
render corpses. I will enjoy it. May I have another grape, please?
Meanwhile, Hector gets his shit kicked in by Camilla, cause why not? Why not? White male! What? Who did we think we were? No! You're gonna be a butt munch! A joke of a character! Then after you get your shit pushed in by a strong female vampire lead that actually has a fucking personality, let's bring in 2 lesbians and a sapphic controlling e-girl. And just to kick for the bottle, let's have that e-girl He's such a duplicitous bitch. But own it. That she basically tricks you in the throes of coming to be your slave! Thus making you even more of a pussy! Until you and Isaac, later on in Season 4, so it doesn't even get a true understanding and true resolution until literally the goddamn Series 1 ends, that's 2 of you bring down Carmilla! Cause fuck the bitch! Right. And in this side storyline between these 2 Forge Masters and these vampire coven witches, Lenora kills herself by sunlight because she couldn't stand to be alone, even if she loves Hector, with him at all, with nothing to work on in an empty castle. The lesbians, sensing that Carmilla has gone out like a bad bitch in the distance, say, you know what? Let's go take that vacation we talked about. Because the big, bad, burly one, who actually looks like a woman despite being built like a iron brick shithouse, take notes, Volcana, and whatever the fuck the other goddamn female is supposed to be, doesn't look like a man just because you got put fucking eyeliner on the shit, with your horrible goddamn washed down Cartoon Network young adult style drawn art. Says, bitch, they were throwing themselves, into my claymore! I don't want to fight no more. These humans are different! These just don't care! They don't care, girl! They don't care! Which, me personally, I found was very useful, because that's exactly what people in the setting of Castlevania should be like. The undead walk amongst us, bitch! I don't want to fight no more! But if I gotta die, I guess I'm gonna die swinging this side. Oh no, I've been cleaved in half. And then, for the storyline of Trevor and Sypha, and our dear, beautiful baby boy, Anaconda. Because we already know who the bloodline belongs to, but we seem to hate Simon of all things. We're just gonna go ahead and, fuck around a plot that involves time travel and a very specific reference to Castlevania Legends and Sonia Belmont. And also Saint Germain, cause reasons. Just spend a season and a half basically doing, so what do we do now that we've killed him in Season 2, in Series 1, a plot line that it basically amalgamates to, well, now that you've killed Dracula in Season 2, and sent him to your mama, what the fuck do you 3 do? Now you ain't got shit to fucking do! Ooh, I know, well, fuck around. Which is effectively what they did in Season 3, in that city, in that town state, where all the people were being marked for soul harvest, so that Saint Germain could try to charge the pearl and open the infinite corridor to get back whoever that woman was supposed to be. I don't think we learned her name. If we did, I don't remember, because that's how memorable that storyline was. That only existed to give him an out in his fight with death. Because how the fuck can we have Trevor Belmont and Sypha Belnades if Sypha Belnades is not catching some dick, getting pregnant, and giving birth to Jesse Belmont so that he can then eventually carry the bloodline onwards to give the rise to Richter Belmont. Since we're all JoJo out here with this bitch, but vampire killers. We need a storyline where we take Trevor and Sypha, Sans, Grant, and Alucard. We kill Alucard, in the sense that we kill his soul, his personality, for Season 3. All that time, all that bullshit. But man, I gotta be separate from these two while they go out and have their adventures. I gotta be by myself and try to find myself. Oh my god, I'm going stir crazy because I haven't been with them. By the way, this fucking Empress Han and her 2 disciples, who we happened to kill in the big city while we were doing it, to the iconic soundtrack. I believe it's Bloody Tears. I need to memorize my fucking soundtracks, but to the orchestral chorus of the best kind of battle music you could ever hear in Castlevania, these 2 twink-looking boy and girl sister brothers. Oh, you're so sad, Alucard. Let us do some fucky-wucky and make you better. Oh no, we're trying to kill you. You can't have happiness. Be depressed for a season and a half. And meanwhile, while we're characterizing them separate, without having a Dracula to do anything with, Sypha gets the shit fucked out of her regularly by Trevor, until eventually at some point they just know she's pregnant. They talked about it, they already had a reveal about it. It's not revealed to us until the end, which was fucking obvious, because please don't write fucking dialogue like, remember, this name is fucking stupid. Like we don't know what the fuck's happening. As we all start putting together the fucking sacrificial dagger knife. Which I'm pretty sure was an upgrade in a video game somewhere. I forget which Castlevania. It might have been a GBA one. Maybe a DS one. Because we ain't got no Order Accolation in this bitch. Certainly no Portraits of Ruin. No Aria of Sorrow. We put together the pieces of the sacrificial cross dagger, where we decide to insult the intelligence of everybody in the audience by saying, oh no, there's no Christian symbolism, despite the series being about vampires written by a very religious source background of Japan. No. The cross is geometric and it confuses them. Meanwhile, as we build up to this moment, with the Erebus and Saint Germain coming in clutch for the end, so that we have an excuse to carry on Nocturne, thematically, and player-wise, with everybody being where they're supposed to be, and this fucking D&D campaign gone off the goddamn rails. Surprise, surprise! Surprise, surprise! Surprise, surprise! This fucking comedic relief character that came out of nowhere in the last season, it's Death! Death is just fucking around! Cause I'm so fucking goddamn hungry. I gotta make the man go crazy. So I'm gonna fuse Dracula's soul, or at least his soul, inside of a half-female, half-human homunculi, and drive it insane, so that I can finally eat. There's not enough death, despair, destruction, and plague. Me, an immortal being that technically can exist as decay, rules the world. More harder to get away from than the fungal spores of a mushroom. Let me just go ahead and just splay my hand in front of you with no articulation whatsoever. When I've watched you, supposedly, from the background, watched you from season 1, foil the plans, ruin my endless soul buffet. Let me just 1v1 you, bro. Let me just 1v1 you, and not just obliterate you. Let me give you some quippy dialogue. You don't intimidate me, Bellamont boy. I'll fight you with one hand behind my back. Put him up, put him up. Put him up, put him up, put him up. What a small little dagger. Are you going to kill me with your bit of string? And it's no string. Granted, at least Warren Ellis can write a hero moment. Because you know goddamn well the black showrunner season still can't. But I digress. We'll get there. Yeah, that's all very easy to understand and get into. All that extra bluff and wasted time. For a series season that could have been condensed into 3. Or, at the very least, Part 1, 3, and Part 2, 3, but it's still 4 seasons. And meanwhile, instead of actually doing something with Dracula and Lisa while they're in hell, you know, intrigue. Because, you know, 2 lovers that have been separated, that have been spending their time in hell the entire time, just hugged up, bugged up on each other. You know, since we don't understand how the context of hell works. And, you know, the soul, the body, the person who's gonna eventually, if we even care about Castlevania 1 and Simon's Quest, is gonna basically put a curse, if there is any curse, in this continuity that we're fucking around with, because we don't know how to adapt games, because we think we can write a better plot than the fucking games gave you a plot to outline your goddamn notes, for the outline for your ultimate progression as you go from Belmont to Belmont to Belmont, to Belmont relation, to Belmont cousin, to Belmont companion, carrying on what is an obvious legacy of great intention to keep track of, kill, put down, or incapacitate Dracula and any minion trying to bring him back. Instead of making the simple means to follow through. So you could go, if you wanted to, at the very least, Trevor for Dracula and Dracula's Curse, Simon for some variation of Castlevania and Simon's Quest, and then fucking around with Super Castlevania, which is technically Rondo of Blood. Not technically is. One was it was a hardware upgrade. And then maybe a hard transition to some point between then and there to where the machinations that would lead to Alucard himself precipitating the night couldn't do it. No. Skip. Fuck around, insert some bullshit about Paris resistance French using modern-day BLM tactics directly injected into the plot. Because we need that for some goddamn reason. You know, activism. It's how we get people to pay attention to our bullshit series. Yeah! All that's just easy to follow, bro. It's easy to follow. If you can't do it, you have media literacy. I'm only less than 5 minutes into your video! And the very premise of what you're saying is wrong! It's wrong! It's fucking wrong! It's wrong. It's wrong, it's bad, it's horrible. It's cringe. Piss. Shitting and coming. I am shitting and coming with the wrongness that is exuding from your video because it's giving me static cling cringe. It's clinging onto my chest and giving me heart palpitations about how dumb it is. Okay, let's continue.
Played any of the games, and according to those who did play the games, the show was incredibly faithful to them.
Where? Where is it incredibly faithful? Show me! Tell me! Give me an example! Because all he did was adapt a bunch of shit. That's all he did. Was just adapt a bunch of shit. It's only faithful in the sense that the pieces that matter most are there. In Series 1. And then everything else is just... Spoiled on top of it. There's not a goddamn thing that is proper and accurate for Series 2. Because regardless of how much people cope about it, no, it's not accurate. I don't care about the revolutionary tactics of France. This is Rondo of Blood. Give me Rondo of Blood. I could care less about Annette being black. Let's start there, since that's the premise of your video. Fat Carl. Nigga Fat Carl. Nigga Fat Carl! I could care less about Annette being black. Girl gets kidnapped. Richter goes to save her. Interim into the activities of whatever is happening undercover to either bring back, or as it actually properly was, people being wicked-hearted and the wickedness of their heart corrupting them with an internal curse of the area, making them into deceitful people that then bring about a resurrection of Dracula against his will. But you see, that doesn't work. You know why? Because we revived him at the end of Series 1 because we wanted to make a nod to Bram Stoker's Dracula and the legacy about him living in England. And then, as he's going through this shit and realizes he's over his head, with whomever is going to be the Shaft stand-in, Richter gets mind-controlled. It looks like everything's about to fail. And out of the distance, oh, the Sandy looking like a nigga with a very fair hair comes out of court, stabbing a bitch in the chest. Wearing an outfit that Prince himself would wear, singing Raspberry Cabaret. Excuse me, Raspberry Beret. Then we get into Symphony of the Night! But nah! And I'll save the rant I have about the vampire. I am resisting the urge to say negress unironically. But the vampire, negress, that everybody's been calling a hero. Or excuse me, an icon. Drota. We do all that shit, insulting the hero, making him look weak, ruining his hero moments with horrible fucking shitty Marvel dialogue, because everybody's gotta be Peter Parker for some fucking reason, even in serious continuities and in franchises where that character doesn't exist. You gotta ruin him. Gotta foil. But you know, that's faithful and accurate, you know, to Richter. Yeah.
So a lot of the fans of the franchise, upon seeing that the new Belmont Nocturne would be focusing on was Richter and his entourage, pretty much anticipated this sequel series to follow the same formula. I personally fall under the my only knowledge of Castlevania is watching a couple of Game Grumps Let's Plays portion of this franchise's fan base.
So the worst way to ever learn about any material ever. Aaron fucking Hansen. We can't leave. We can't escape.
So everything I've experienced about both shows is literally fresh. You know, if I don't decide to do my own research and look up a playthrough of somebody else playing the game. And this is also in regards to one of the secondary...
Yeah, he still has the same cadence from when I reviewed one of his other videos before. God, Lord have mercy.
...characters of Nocturne, Annette, who I, like plenty of others across the internet since Nocturne's release, have immediately deemed my favorite of Castlevania Nocturne, and
oh really? Why is that?
Legit wish the show was simply about her. What?
So, not Castlevania. Carl, didn't you say that it should be about the Belmonts and their people? Yeah, but she shouldn't be the main character. because she's actually one of the people who gets damseled, because she's an important part of the plot, and is Richter's motivation. We can't have Hero having hero motivation where they're being able to rescue women, because that implies that women are weak. And women aren't weak, they're strong. Except when they're not. And she's just as bad as him if she's going to mock the shit out of him for his inability to save somebody, and she got somebody killed the exact same fucking way, whimpering and all. But sure. Sure.
She's currently more compelling than Richter right now. I'm sorry. Like, search your heart.
Yes, because we made a character really shit, and then we insulted his intelligence. Therefore, she is more interesting because we made him look like dog shit by comparison. Well done! Well fucking done! And if I decide to put an awning over my door, and I go outside and I look directly up and I say, oh my god, the sky's dark, it doesn't distract the fact that the sun's on the other side of that fucking awning bearing down on me. But if I look up and all I see is black, then it means that it must be better. I'm just built different.
Young one, you know it to be true. But, as you can imagine, not everyone agrees with that statement. And the ones who think that way usually share one or two things in common, if not both.
What are those things? What are those things, Ritas? What are those things? Are they incels? Are they Nazis? Are they chuds? Are they incel Nazi chuds? Just like the Maya, Incan, Aztec references we always get in movies? Because nobody knows anything about Central America? Huh?
I'll let you figure out what.
Oh, good! Multiple choice questions! Nobody can be wrong! Just like everything else in life! I promise, I'm shouting for effect. I'm not actually fucking angry. However, I am annoyed.
Not really that hard to figure out. Unfortunately, I came to this realization after I decided to ask the immediate question, which was, damn, what does version of Annette do to make these white folks so mad? The answer.
Probably the fact that we decided to make a character a race swap for no other reason than because the showrunner's black. And she's literally a self-insert. Because if women can't see themselves in the characters might as not well be people at all. They can't even possibly imagine an orange or an apple in their head.
Answer, despite being made to be 10 times better than how she was ever portrayed in the video games.
Because they're just better than the writers of the games. Yeah, Adi Shankar, the guy who's going to be making Devil May Cry as well, who puts Berserk on the desk right next to all the other properties, seemingly missing his iconic eye makeup. You know, just conveniently. The guy that was going to darken the universe of Power Rangers, but never got the chance to. Yeah, that's the guy. Him. Well, technically, all he did is slap his name on it. Warren Ellis is the one that was in the kitchen cooking. But the less said, the better. It's funnier that way.
Was exist. Blackly.
She didn't exist blackly. She insulted the main character in the way that only black females put together with white males as characters can do, while at the same time being as incompetent, if not worse than him, where it mattered. And unrepentantly so. Is that what you mean by existing blackly? Is that what we do?
And I want to go over why she does, and why she's better because of it. Let's begin. Hey readers, Laron here, offering you analysis and perspective of your favorite bits of geek and pop culture media. If it wasn't obvious from the intro, this video will in fact contain spoilers for Season 1 of the animated series Castlevania. It's currently available to stream exclusively on Netflix, so give it a watch if you haven't seen it yet and don't want me to spoil the consequences for you in this video. Other than that, if you end up liking what I'm putting down after this video is done, there are multiple ways you can show some love. If you want to help financially support the channel, you can join my Patreon. There are multiple tiers starting at $1 that get you...
You know what I love? When somebody decides to fucking edge me with content and then says, give me money, 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 give me money. You wanna learn what I'm gonna say? Give me money, give me money, give me money, give me money. And also subscribe to my lists of content on Nebula. Give me money, give me money, give me money, give me money. Money.
Early access to my written articles and videos across every channel, copies of my video scripts, discount codes in my merchandise store, and a whole lot more. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel, turn on notifications, and subscribe to my Substack newsletter. Not only is it the home...
And don't forget to turn off that pesky ad block!
For all of my written editorials, opinion pieces, and reviews for film and television after they debut on Patreon. But you'll also get an actual heads up whenever I post a new video on both Redis 101 and Redis 201, 5 minutes after their release. That's the syllabus. Now, on to the lesson. Why do I love Annette? Well, while there are multiple reasons why, one of the main reasons is how her newfound blackness is incorporated into her character and is reflected into the story thanks to its setting. As I stated plenty of times before in regards to actors portraying characters in live-action film and television, if the character's ethnicity isn't a pivotal part of both their character and development, then traditionally, no harm would come to an actor of color taking on a role that's typically portrayed by a white performer.
Lilo and Stitch adaptation, all the fucking Maui actors and all the hula hoop dancers that have been affected by the fact that that film is being put on hold, which means that people like Sophie, member and friend of the channel, are people who are getting punished and not getting their bag because of those motherfuckers deciding that actually, this actress is lighter than the dark-skinned actress. So what we should do is castigate her on the internet. Because you see, it's a fictional character, so why does it matter? I'm asking you a serious question. Read us. Laron! If her ethnicity and her caste don't matter to the point that you can choose to make her into what would be the lowest caste person in this fictional French setting, why was she not kidnapped by the iconic demoness for a hook to lean directly into an adaptation of Rondo of Blood? Is it because if we made her black and a victim, that it would be fulfilling a stereotype that black women cannot be seen as heroic and strong if they are not put into a position where they're constantly talking and being seen as girl bosses? All signs say yes. Which then, Laron, prompts a follow-up question. Who is responsible for that viewing? Is it me, the person who doesn't know what to expect and just wants to be served a good piece of content? You, the person who will stoke the flames of the non-existent culture war, thus creating the culture war, by the way. That's how a divergent and emergent marketplace develops. You push a thing forward, and your action and choices and the choices of other people pushing on each other create the divergent choice. Is it Adi Shankar and his showrunners? Collectively, two of them, both, both the white man and the black woman, for what they chose to write. Is the black woman only alone, since it was supposedly her and her black female team that pushed for it. Probably yucking up in the room just like they were with Tatiana Mansley, doing all the things for She-Hulk. Who do we blame for this decision? Because I know who to blame for what came after. But who do we blame for the first choice? And from there, how is it made better? What was made better by her being given this new origin? How did we improve her? Because she's not a victim isn't an answer. Rondo of Blood is a well-known plot. It is a video game. I could play it right now if I wanted to. It has a middle, beginning, and ending. It has a story hook, which sets up the plot of the game, all the set pieces of the boss fights and the adventure of the game's progression, and then an ending. And then, I believe, alternate endings depending on how fast you play. Whether or not you actually save her from becoming a demon. In this case, a succubus. How did we improve her? Not expecting her to be perfect and to have no flaws, but I am expecting her to have humility. She has no humility. In the example that I'm referencing, she never apologizes to him. She just keeps shit-talking him. The Belmont boy is useless as fuck. Because, you know, characters in the world, fictional, anachronistic world of Wallachia, they speak like modern-day 2023 characters! For reasons! It's kind of excusable in Series 1 because they don't use modern speech, modern language, and modern politics. They use an anachronistic variant to flavor the dialogue. You know, it doesn't have to be purple prose all the time. You know? You ain't gotta pop the hymen of the die monster, you don't belong in this world kind of speech writing. Maybe he hasn't gotten there. Maybe we'll get in Series 2. We'll get in Season 2 of Series 2. Who knows? But I know for a fucking fact they're not gonna speak like the girls I know around the fucking block. No. Absolutely not. So how was she improved? What was made better by doing this? Certainly not the discourse. Y'all motherfuckers can shut the fuck up. Which is why my shitpost mocking her death went fucking viral. Oh my god, she's such an icon! She won't be around for Season 2! But oh my god, the vampire woman is such an icon! I can't say. Her design is good. Drolta's design, both as a night creature and as a woman, is very iconic. It's very eye-catching. But that's all it did. It catched my eye. It did not entice my mind or excite my loins. Really? It didn't excite your loins, Carl? No, it did not excite my loins. I didn't care. Because people were too busy being wrong and loud. Continue, Laurent.
This is the reason why Marvel's Marvel Man, a character that's traditionally white but has no racial or ethnic ties to him needing to always be portrayed as a white man in the stories he's involved in, can be portrayed by Yahya Abdul-Mateen II in a Marvel Studios television show for Disney Plus that'll end up being shelved because they're trying to villainize the solidarity between writers and actors use in the general public. And why? No, it's because the fucking actors and the directors have all become lazy because, we were told that streaming credits were gonna be an easy payout. But, we haven't gotten our money yet. What do you mean you're trying to muscle us out the door? What do you mean this will be the last offer? Darn you, friend! By characters like X-Men Storm and Black Panther T'Challa, the former being an offspring of a Kenyan princess and a black American photographer from New York who gets back in touch with her Kenyan heritage after years of living the street urchin D&D origin trait in Cairo, and the latter being born and raised in the black monarchy of the fictional African country of Wakanda, will always be black. Annette in the Castlevania games and how she's...
Pause. They'll always be African. Them being black is so less important to the character that we know that that's why you motherfuckers never quote One Heart. If it ain't got crease, if it ain't got priest on the crease, it's not Black Panther. Despite how much you all want to whine about how he portrayed the Dora Milaje. What matters about Black Panther was not his skin color. It was his heart and his duty to his people. And make sure you remember, Wakanda is fictional. It's not real. It'll never be real. Y'all motherfuckers can't have unity amongst yourselves. You can't even have unity amongst food reviewers in Atlanta. What makes you think you ever gonna get Afrofuturism? Motherfucker! Continue.
Portrayed in Castlevania Nocturne is a perfect example of the former. Annette in the games, specifically the PC game Castlevania Rondo of Blood and its 2007 remake for the PSP, Castlevania Dragon X Chronicles, is the white girlfriend of Richter Belmont, and pretty much becomes the Princess Peach to his Mario, or the Beatrice to his Dante. Dracula kidnaps her after being resurrected by the Dark Priest Shaft, and you as Richter have to either save her before fighting Dracula and Shaft in the original PC game, or, depending on the decision you make in DXC, have to fight her as a boss because she's become a vampire. And Annette in those games is about as milquetoast as they come. Nothing about her is unique or compelling outside of how she's fan-servicely depicted when she becomes a vampire. The only things the games...
She is not the main character. She is a side character, but she is the motivation that creates the spurring action for the plot of the game. It is okay to have people who exist to create the drama that creates the narrative. You do not need everyone to be a fully fleshed character with a 100-hour backstory just so that you can see them get killed. Sometimes the braggadocious hero who walks into the goblin cave and strikes his sword on the ceiling, wailing it around because he got scared out of sound, does it again and gets his ass killed, and then the women get debaucherously ruined by the goblins because they didn't know that the goblins are built incorrectly. And even when you have the backstory for those characters, it makes it 1,000 times worse. Because now that you've been characterized to them and they're a truly full person, when that horrible shit happens, you're then going to say, this is torture porn. Why would you do this? Don't read the light novel, kids. Don't read the light novel. Don't read what happens to the monk in the light novel. I'm warning you. Don't read it. Don't do it. Don't do it. You're going to get sick. Don't do it.
Tell us you need to know about her to be compelling is that she stays in the town that Simon Belmont liked to buy his garlic and laurels from back in the day, and her personality is semi-subservient woman. And I say semi-subservient because while she does have a pleasant personality and is nice to all, she's also strong-willed and dislikes the unfair.
Okay.
Annette in the games that she's featured in is about as bland of a character as they come. Just like how people claim that the Green Lantern Hal Jordan had no personality for the longest time in DC Comics, the same can especially be said about Annette in the video games. You know, until the point comes in the game where she gains a personality. So with the Netflix follow-up to the Castlevania animated series, Castlevania Nocturne, taking Richter and the other supporting characters from Rondo of Blood / DXC and placing them in France at the end of the 18th century, much needed creative liberties were made to make things gel well. Terra...
How does it make it gel well? How? How? Explain how. How did the setting alteration make it better? Please enunciate.
Instead of just being another villager that was kidnapped, was made Maria's immigrant mother from Russia, who fled to France to find refuge after vampires slaughtered their village and turned her sister. Maria is the Scarlet Letter love child of Terra and the umpteenth Hippocratic Catholic priest in this universe, and wants to do a one day more on the bourgeoisie. And Richter will talk about it in a minute. As you can tell, Annette's change was not only the most obvious, but also the most compelling. Because the series takes place in France in 1792, a time where France was just as invested in the transatlantic slave trade as everyone else, Annette was changed to be an
And there it is.
escaped slave from the French-occupied side of Saint Dominique right before the sparks of the Haitian Revolution began to kindle, and 11 years before the nation of Haiti was formed with the French's withdrawal from the island. Both her mother and her father were able to find ways to keep their family's connection to their West African spiritualism intact through the likes of orphans and chants turned into lullabies. This hits a bit close to home for those of us who were descendants of those who were forced into the transatlantic slave trade, because
You were forced into it by black people, not by white people.
for a good amount of us, anything about our spiritual practices were robbed from us when the indoctrination of
You have never celebrated Kwanzaa. Shut the fuck up.
Catholicism and Christianity was placed on us in America, causing us to form a rather traumatic Stockholm Syndrome-like relationship with the religion for generations to come. Annette, however, thanks to having those connections and refusing to accept said indoctrinations, is able to claim dominion over Earth and metal thanks to her parents' strong connections to the Oresian deities Odin, god of iron and war, and Orin, god of wisdom and divination. And with vampires being the majority of slave owners in this time period, with hers Blanc being responsible for the death of her mother, to add even more motivation for hunting vampires outside of wanting to rid the world of vampire desire, Annette now has more agency in Nocturne than she has ever had in the game. Changing her race after setting the story in this new time and location meant the possibility of establishing her to a real-life event that was...
You do realize that you can still have her white and still have her be African in descent by just changing one of the origins of the parents and adding this context, right? Ah, you see, if we have a white girl talking about African gods, it's just gonna feel icky and not the vibe. Yes, yeah, I agree. It's an entire syllable you're making with your mouth right now. Shit! It's shit!
Just as imperative to the timeline as the role that the French Revolution plays in Nocturne's story. And in doing so, she has gained a significant amount of culture, motivation, and depth to her character that blows her video game counterpart completely out of the water. And I, personally, could argue that thanks to these changes and properly rooting her new backstory into her newfound blackness in ways that make it completely interwoven into her character at this point, this allowed her character in Castlevania Nocturne to be not just significantly better than her video game counterpart, but also significantly better than Richter Belmont.
Who was written poorly? What is your point?
Both Richter and Annette share the tragedy of having their mothers killed by vampires in common.
Which she mocked.
That's about all they have in common in my eyes. While I'm not making short of Richter's trauma at all, there are some things that
Except you are, and will continue to do so.
Happened over the course of Season 1 of Nocturne that just make me respect the way Annette handled hers way more than Richter handled his.
Poorly? Even more poorly? And then acting as though she has the room to mock him as she did so poorly.
And considering that Richter is supposed to be the main character, the creative decisions regarding how he came about both handling and resolving it made it kinda hard for me to give him my attention.
Oh, you mean because they wrote him like shit, you didn't care about him? Wow! What a weird concept!
Oh, shit.
However, I think I know why that's the case. As we've gone over, Annette was a second-generation slave to the vampire Valblanc in the French-colonized island that would soon become Haiti. After separating her father from her and her mother, a common tactic even here in America's history of Southerners owning slaves, Valblanc killed Annette's mother after confirming that she was casting spells and passing down the knowledge of the Arisian deities. Then, when she was able to channel her powers, Annette ran away and was taken in by Edouard, an opera singer of mixed race, more than likely due to his blue-eyed white father, who was either a slave owner or a plantation warden who took advantage of his mother, and joined the island-wide slave revolt that would spark the flames of the Haitian War.
You mean a backstory that actually makes sense for somebody who's going to have the kind of culture that comes with that, which would be an iconic thing, instead of deciding to make her literally a black African activist in France? Woo! Oh, that's what I want. Color me shocked!
Between the time she escaped and befriended Edouard to the revolt, she was trained in her power by the seer named Cecil, who also has a strong connection to her West African ancestry that couldn't be beaten out of her. And by the time the revolt happened, she, along with Edouard, returned to the plantation to face Valblanc before he ran away to France to establish the arrival of the vampire messiah. The moment Annette ran away from Valblanc's plantation, she gained a support network in her form of Edouard and his boyfriend, and the seer Cecile. They conscientiously aided her in dealing with the trauma Valblanc placed upon her through multiple forms of nurture, care, and understanding. And while it took a while for her to hear them, Cecile gave her another outlet in training Annette in her power by teaching her how to access the spirit world of her ancestors to eventually hear from them as well. And the aid through said support network was so great that when she was able to confront LeBlanc again directly, she could properly end him. Richter, in a way, comes from a place of privilege. Even at 10 years old, he knows.
Because he's a Belmont, that means he's bad.
Knows the importance of being a Belmont and believes his family to be untouchable, which is why he doesn't understand why his mother Julia is sending him to France to stay with Tara and Maria when he should be fighting monsters. And while it may not be arrogance per se, that knowledge also allows him to think that despite being 10 years old, being told by his mom to get on the ship when Olrox appears, and only knowing the firebolt cantrip, that he can actually help his mom. When, in actuality, because she now has to focus on his safety due to her being a good mother, Richter's actions actually distracts her enough to allow Olrox to kill her right in front of him. The trauma placed upon him after Olrox pulls a Beatrix Kiddo to his Nakia Bell causes him to not use magic over the course of the 9 years he stays with Tara and Maria. And I mean that analogy literally. It basically might as well have played out exactly like this in the show.
When you grow up, if you still feel raw about it, I'll be waiting.
The thing about that, though, is that the reason behind why he doesn't use magic afterward is a bit weird, because his vibes give off that he just refuses to since his mom died, but it's also implied there was an actual block that needed to be penetrated later on in the show. However, also over the course of those
Called lazy lighting, Laurent. Lazy writing.
9 years, he only told Tara and Maria the basic information regarding what happened to Julia while letting them know that he was fine, through an older variant of the same type of confidence/arrogance that got his mom killed. All the while, he keeps his trauma locked away to the point that when he did encounter Olrox again, the first thing he instinctively does is run. It also
What's that? A person who's traumatized is going to not know how to heal the trauma response because they're not actually doing the necessary steps to heal the trauma. So when they're confronted with the trauma response, they do the exact same thing they did as a child, as an adult? You know, when we see this with men, we mock it. When we see this with women, suddenly we forget how things work. And oh my god, why do you make me look weak? Listen, I know we didn't like Other M, but when we do this thing to people like Samus Aran, and I need you guys to remember, she watched her parents and her outpost get murdered by Kraid. That will fuck you up. Watching someone you care about die in front of you while you're helpless doesn't just go away.
also doesn't help that the first person he ran into when he did run is his Belmont grandfather Just, who is just as closed off and secluded in his own trauma and mistakes as Richter is.
Damn, that would be a really good series to write about. Can we see that? Oh no? Ah, it would be really good writing, guys, I promise. No? Ah. If only we had a writing team that cared to actually, flesh out the backstory of characters.
So closed off that not only does Richter not recognize him as his grandfather because Julia disowned him for being that much of a deadbeat to her growing up, but also that he can't even understand the breakthrough Richter had to make to get his magic back.
I'm much younger than you. That's probably all it is. Yes.
Which, by the way, only took him so long and was difficult for him to accomplish because while Tara and Maria are an excellent support system on their own, Richter willingly played this game on the hardest difficulty possible because he refused to utilize the game's obvious mechanic. It's like people.
So, he was written shittily, and he made it harder for himself because he was written shittily, because he was written shittily! Wow. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna subscribe to Readers.
People who apply Nuzlocke rules to Pokemon. Or people who apply harsher conditions when they apply Nuzlocke rules to Pokemon. At that point, you're not even playing Pokemon anymore. You're playing a Soulsborne game.
Guys, I learned what Nuzlocke are. I'm gonna put it in my video. Maybe it'll make my video go more viral.
From FromSoft, you fucking masochist.
This guy cannot parry.
This is the difference between Richter and Annette. Similar to the narrative of vengeance that
Bad writing versus pet favorite character in The Office. This is the difference between white and black.
Percy deals with in the Briarwood arc in Season 1 of The Legend of Vox Machina. Castlevania Nocturne uses both
Normie alert, normie alert, normie alert, normie alert, just what a critical role is,
characters to highlight the differences between those who can't benefit from the likes of privilege, patriarchy, and hegemonic masculinity, and how those systems naturally affect.
Man, it was really hegemonically masculine of his fucking far-bearer, Trevor, to go 1v1 versus death and trick this bitch with a goddamn sacrificial dagger. And very heteroromantic patriarchal of Saint Germain to decide to use the last remaining of his consciousness and energy to send him back to his pregnant girlfriend/wife. Because that's just what guys do! Wow! Amazing!
One's decision-making process regarding their trauma versus those that do. That means confiding in others who care about you, being told and understanding harsh truths, letting others in and being willing to be vulnerable. While Annette allowed herself to do all of this, Richter didn't. And still hasn't, real talk. Because looking at things closely, the only reason Richter got access to his magic and gained the courage to stand up to Olorox after initially running from him wasn't because he was willing to be open and vulnerable to people that he loves and cares for and who already want to help him overcome his obstacles. It was because right before he was about to die, Richter realized that he has a hegemonic sense of duty as a Belmont to protect those that just want him to overcome his trauma in a more healthier way and can't afford for them to suffer because he doesn't have the nerve to do what's necessary.
How did it happen? I don't know. Because it had to.
The tragedy of Richter here, however, is that this is what some of the current real-world population might call simply being a man, when in actuality, it doesn't have to be.
You don't have to struggle through life. You could just feel through it. There is no such thing as hardships and learning curves. No. Watch leftist-based videos. Then you get everything you need. What's that? You can't find a girlfriend. Just watch my video about how to be a man. My advice? Just be yourself, bro. By the way, I have riches and money and women know me and want to fuck me and also have control of my ability to grow because they have the ability to call me out and say that I have absolutely nothing good to do and that I've physically assaulted them with absolutely zero evidence to back it up. Because that's being a man.
It's Annette realizing this and reaching this realization versus Richter being the equivalent of an incredibly stubborn tourist that would rather bloody his skull against a brick wall to take it down instead of finding an alternate way around it to cause less bodily harm that makes Annette, to me, the better character in Castlevania Nocturne between the two. And we wouldn't have had that if writers Temi O and Zawanyoni didn't incorporate...
Look at it! 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 Memorize it! Memorize it! Look at it!
...it down instead of finding Annette to. And we wouldn't have had that if writers Temi O and Zawanyoni didn't incorporate what happened in Nocturne between...
I wonder who they're modeling this based off of! Huh! It's so weird, it's on the tip of my tongue! I can't guess.
Between the two. And we wouldn't have had that if writers Temi O and Zawanyoni didn't incorporate what happens when one allows themselves to properly handle and learn from their trauma, thanks to being willing to open yourself up to people in your life that care about you, with the newly bestowed creative decisions, culture, and color that was bestowed upon the previously bleached bland canvas that is Annette.
Being black!
So why don't others appreciate it? So, while the short and simple answer is because racism and sexism, I still need these videos to...
Listen, Carl. The reason why you have your opinions and that you're wrong about them is because you're racist and you're sexist. But I'm African American as well as multicultural and everything except Southeastern Asian. Listen to me, you
to be a certain length for proper ad placement, so bear with me. Yeah.
I need to make sure to milk you for extra money. Give me money, give me money, give me money! Give me money, give me money, give me money! What, you thought I was gonna ask for money in the middle of the video? Give me money, 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 give me money!
It's true that the hardcore fans of Castlevania that played the game that the characters in Nocturne came from would have known that Annette was race swapped. However, those like me who never would have known that this was a race swapped character because the most that they know about Castlevania is the theme song and the line, "What is a man? A miserable pile of secrets."
I can promise that you don't know the theme song. I can promise, because most of the things that people call the theme song isn't a theme song. It's the melody. The game melody. That's what you're talking about. Technically, some people could say that Praying Hands Bloody Tears is the theme song of the game, but truly it is not. It is just a song. It is a very iconic song, but it is a song. Stop the cap.
Never would have guessed. So much agency was given to Annette by making this change that I guarantee you she otherwise wouldn't have had if anything else was done to her or if anyone else facilitated it. And it's this fact that those who are upset about not only Annette's change, but
Upset about this change that was forced. Upset.
the presence of black and brown faces in this series are upset in the first place. Whether they are historically accurate or live for hundreds of years because anyone can be the fictional fucking species of vampires.
You see, she is a black monster of the night. There is no worldview where this could ever be used against us when you use the exact same answer to say, if I don't see iconic characters of skin color, I cannot relate to the characters. An argument I literally said 55 minutes ago!
And if she is such a thing, why didn't she just have a monstrous form where she loses the black skin and it's just charcoal black, or it's leathery, like, you know, Malbolgia of Spawn? Why make her look sexy and attractive when you could just simply have that be the mask she uses to draw people in? Why not have her be grotesque, like a hag? Like an actual hag? No? That makes me a chud? How dare I? How dare I? Yes.
Seems good.
Not only is Annette black now, but she's black with a healthy support network of her own before Richter ever came into the picture. She's black and surrounded by people who both know what she's gone through and know that the broken bone that is trauma has to be properly settled back in its natural place before the healing can truly start, lest it won't refortify itself properly because the alignment has been off ever since the bone was broken in the first place. There are a lot of individuals out there with protruding bones because they didn't have the people in their lives to tell them that they needed to go to the doctor to get it properly set and to get a cast put on their leg. And when they look at Annette, they can just tell that despite having to put in a good amount of work herself to get to where she is, that the place she's in now is significantly better than that of their own. And they hate that. So they resort to
Source needed! Citation needed!
the blatantly coded and truly tired racist and sexist points. Like how they should have just made an original character instead of race swapping Annette, or use the discussion points that we as black Americans have used since the movie 12 Years a Slave came out about how a good chunk of us are tired of slave stories and use that against us. Or that her getting her powers from actual gods paints her in Mary Sue territory for the same reasons that they did for Rey from the Star Wars sequel trilogy, without acknowledging that her parents and her grandparents and what they had to do to make sure that the connection was established with her in the first place.
So, pause. He has a correction there at the end. Yes, she can have magic powers from gods, because magic powers exist in this universe. Very good! Now, extrapolate here, Redis. If you made an original character that can fulfill the role placement of a part of her companionship that has parts of another character's purpose in the original narrative you are adapting, while not fucking with what can ye used to have a better plot, you get to have the cake and eat it too! It's a wild idea, I know. It's so crazy. I just thought of it.
And we know that these arguments and points are always steeped in racism and especially sexism if the character is a woman. Because every time something new comes up and these critiques are taken into consideration, they'll still look at the original black character that was born into nobility, utilizes the magic of the setting in ways that everybody else does, and is both just as susceptible to trauma and slow to fix it as everyone else, and go, not bad. But you know what this character needs? To be actually white. And here's the kicker.
Did you just hold on a second. Wait one goddamn minute, Reedus. Wait one goddamn minute, Reedus. Excuse me. Did you just try to use Baldur's Gate 3 to stifle your argument? This motherfucker was given a Faustian deal! William gets lied to be a manipulative warlock, useful pawn by Missoura! If he doesn't kill Karlak, he gets made into a demon! And Missoura's the one who kills his father! Spoilers. Sorry. Spoilers. And if you find out about it, she outright admits it and says, "What the fuck you gonna do about it, bitch?" But most importantly,
to be actually white.
That is a custom character screen. That is a custom character.
Yeah. But you know what this character needs? To be actually white.
Custom character. Character origin. The character creator. You choose the character face you build. Why are you getting mad at how somebody chose to play their game? It's not your game file. Said the argument everybody gets tired of hearing, but apparently it's only valid when dumbasses like you use it. When people from Dark Souls play the game their way, in a way that doesn't affect you, and you will go on the internet saying, "No, I don't use spirit ashes. Spirit ashes are cheating and cheesing. Oh my god, I can't get past this 2v1 Earth Tree Guardian fight. Oh my god, I'm being mocked by SinglePlayerCarl. You're just an incel who doesn't understand how to have fun. How dare you play at room level 30 and be able to kill Roletta the Battle Mage by just using Carrion Retaliation on a buckler with a katana at level 1? You can't tell me how to play. I'm playing my game!" It's like watching somebody make some shit up as they go along. And the further and further down along they keep making the shit up, they just keep pulling for arguments from places that they've been told work. But they get the wires crossed, and they insist that actually, while I was lying, I'm just gonna pull out an argument that I was told works a lot against people, and I'm gonna just keep lying off my ass. And then I'm gonna hook it back around by saying, "Hey yo, how dare you play the origin character who's clearly black within a white avatar?" When the actual point is that this is a default basis that you can play from. The origin of the story
remains the same. This is just how you chose to start it. With the origin story that you chose to use for this character. You chose to do that. But, how dare you do that? This is totally an argument that makes fucking sense, guys. I promise. I promise if you just follow me down this fucking line of this railroad I built, that I will find a way to call him a racist. Because how dare you play the black character with a white avatar that you made in your single-player game, which is not a single-player game, it's based on a server. And even if it did matter, nobody fucking cares. Because why do you care about what he does in his single-player game, As you steal somebody else's footage. If you didn't use his footage yourself. Upon which, I still say again, you control the buttons you press. Please finish this dog shit.
And here's the kicker. The character I just used as the example in this situation isn't the only original character of color that these insecure races and sexes do that to. Even though I said it multiple times over the course of this video, it goes without saying that I am so thankful for the writing team that fleshed out a next character like this. While it seems like Castlevania Nocturne is still playing around with the idea of her and Nocturne becoming a thing like they did in the games, which, I mean, girl, I guess, love is love and all that shit, just make sure he signs a prenup. What Annette now represents, just from what we've seen in the first season alone, is why I enjoy her so much. And the fact that she already has haters because of that reason is why I will protect this iteration of my character until the cows come home.
And there it is. I want to protect this because I make the chuds mad. Chud's mad! Chud's mad! That's the only reason I care, because Chud's mad! Meaning the character, too, will also be iconic until the character is gone. And then what will you do?
Oh, the show was shit when they wrote her out. I stopped watching after that. She was my baby. She was my baby. I loved the series so much until they made something that I didn't like. Then I stopped watching it and didn't support it anymore. I guess those black queens that wrote her won't get my support anymore. Harumph!
Too long didn't watch, and it is black now, and she has her fucking life together. Die mad about it, bitch. But I digress.
But we're totally not based on spite, guys. Listen. I didn't make this so that I could talk shit about things and also be toxic, insisting that I know what I'm doing. Listen. I don't want to just monetize the trend and continue trying to monetize it for money while also trying to monetize other people for money. No. I have good intentions. I'm not like the other blacks.
Readers, your homework assignment for the day. Write in the comment section below what you thought about Castlevania Nocturne Season 1 if you've seen it. Or if you feel like sharing with the rest of the class, a character featured in something that you watched and enjoyed that was made better because their origins, background, and culture was changed from how it was shifted in the source material. Bonus points if the changes actually made the Bleach Bros mad. Whichever question you decide to answer, I'd love to know your thoughts. A huge shout out to my patrons, both big and small, for helping make this channel possible. Make sure you check out the card at the end of the video to join, or click the link to it or any of my affiliates in the description box below. But until then, this is Redis 101. Class dismissed.
You're all flunking. You're all fucking flunking. You're all going to flunk. Everyone's flunking this class. You will not be getting your fucking degree. What is wrong with you? Christ almighty, my mercy by God. You did not cook. It's burnt. Who let him in the kitchen? Whose aunt and or cousin let him in the kitchen? Who gave him all them spices? It's not seasoned well at all. It's fucking raw!
Also, we have a button for this now. Where is it?
Who the fuck let this kid in the kitchen? Do not let him cook again.
It's embarrassing. It's fucking embarrassing. It's fucking blimey. It's fucking embarrassing. Moving onwards. This one was from before this one. This one was at this one. Not exactly interested in listening to Kidology. Also old, also old, also old. Those are all the old news stories. Oh boy, pick up one from the future. Ah. Nah, we've already talked about Sweet Baby. Everybody's already talked about Sweet Baby. I don't need to do that one. Instead, let us set ourselves up with the Unpickable Pick-Me. And
Right, Pearl,
Red
you've been
Pill, we're
called
gonna
the
trash it
female
challenge.
Andrew Tate. How do you plead?
this one is an hour 32 minutes.
Hello.
This was an hour 59 minutes. Jesus Christ. Who was first? She was first.
I wanted this out quickly, so we're not going full nymphomaniac pseudo-psychologist today, just, you know, so there was less work. This is slightly less jokey as well this time around. Yeah, so I've had enough. I've had enough. This has been a long time coming, but I have finally had enough. In fact, there's been so much enoughness had that I'm having to do a follow-up video focusing on another creator with some similar criticisms, but different-ish kind of ballpark. Yeah, just, it's been building for a while. And then there was a response to a recent event that I found quite disgusting. So yeah, and you know, you may be thinking that the title is mean, but you know, I thought that
Carl, what game are you playing? Wizard with a gun.
inflammatory title generalizing women looked like fun. All the red pill girls are doing it. So, you know, this is paying homage to their genius. So, people for a long time keep asking me what I think of Just Pearly Things. People keep telling me to get in touch with Just Pearly Things, and people keep wanting me to comment on Just Pearly Things. People have been saying this to me for months, well, months and months now, so I've been aware of her probably longer than most people. Congratulations to her for that astronomically quick rise in success. Very impressive. And she's clearly very hardworking, so well done, girl. That's to be commended. Remember that, because that's probably the only nice thing that I'm going to say about her. I think she oversimplifies everything. I think the content of her show is unoriginal, uncreative, unintelligent, repetitive, and incredibly dull, where they just mostly seem to have the same conversation over and over again with different girls. I think she's incapable of nuanced thinking, and you can pretty much predict everything she's going to say based on what she's almost perfect women. And I think she's intentionally as inflammatory as possible, and then sits there looking smug and expecting everyone to overreact and get triggered, because apparently she's an edgy 12-year-old boy. In short, she's Jake Paul.
It's like, don't ask the next guy to wait for you, just sleep with him, ho! You ho! Stop acting like you're not a ho!
She's calling me slag, which I didn't know what that meant at the time. I'm not British, so I'm like that. But I knew it was an insult. I knew I was being insulted, okay? So I said, you're a whale! You're a whale! You're a whale!
Jake, I wouldn't do that.
You could see maybe the whale was too far.
I wouldn't crawl up there. Why? Okay.
But she was a bigger woman.
They're complaining. They're very upset. No, why?
I don't think women should know.
Huh?
I don't think women should know.
Then they're really upset. No, I honestly... Join them.
I'd get rid of birth control, I'd ban it, but that'll never happen.
We've created a living hell out here. That's like a circus. Yeah, it is. All the fans.
I think that's the root of all evil.
There's nothing we can do, though. The Jake Paulers are the strongest army out there, Dab.
Girls say broke men shouldn't have an opinion, but guys don't say fat chicks shouldn't have an opinion.
Some people say I'm a savage, too.
Even down to this. What is all this? What's going on here? With the whales.
Y'all can call me what you want on the internet, but you can't call me fat, so get out, look it.
I hope you're dabbing on them haters.
Subscribe to the channel, ring that notification bell. My fans, who got me through this, you know.
Make sure you're dabbing on them haters.
Slag, that's like me calling you a bitch.
Why not dab? Show them how savage you are, you little edgelord.
And I said, you're a grown-ass woman, why are you acting like this?
You be out here, pal, dabbing on these hoes.
So she called me a slag.
Someone's got to do it, someone's got to dab on these hoes.
Because if you've never been told you ain't shit, you're gonna think you're the shit all the time. Like sometimes you need someone to tell you ain't shit.
Dabbing.
And I tell her, I'm like, you're fucking real. Go look it.
Catch me outside. How about that?
I personally don't even feel like I insulted her. I just said what was.
I hope you're dabbing on them haters.
So I said, you're a whale! You're a whale! You're a whale!
I commend you on being the shining example of ladylike behaviour we should all aspire to achieve. Yes, if Jake Paul was a woman and decided to move to the UK and start a Red Pill YouTube channel just by ripping off Fresh and Fit's format and attitude, I imagine the result would be something remarkably similar to Just Pearly Things. If you're going to rip anyone off, why pick Tweedledum and Tweedledummer? That's the real travesty here. It's just disappointing, Pearl. I mean, if I was going to rip anyone off, I'd at least choose someone intelligent, entertaining and likeable who isn't seen as a complete and total joke, but, you know, that's just me. My main problem with Pearl is that I think she's far more interested in embarrassing or getting one over on women than she is in the truth. I've levelled this criticism at how the Red Pill movement in general goes about their message, but it's very valid with Pearl. Her show strikes me kind of, to be honest, more an outlet where men can vent all their frustrations with women in the dating world. And sometimes those frustrations will be valid.
Curb your enthusiasm.
And sometimes they won't be. But regardless, it strikes me more as a cathartic outlet for people rather than something that's actually going to help. If anything, I think it will only make male-female dynamics worse and push women further away from wanting to understand things from a male perspective. I've made this comparison before, but this abrasive way of going about things, that attitude of, you know, women suck and it's them that are ruining everything and causing all the problems.
Why is your head constantly turning to the right? Look at the camera. Don't look at your script. Look at the camera. Carl, you're not looking at the camera. Look at the camera!
Yeah, I mean, that didn't work when the feminists did it to men, so why in the hell would you think it would work when red pillars do it to women?
Because it's provocative and gets the people going, especially if they've never heard or seen them before, and to start to virally go to them, and you dumbasses platform them because you don't like it. And think, well, clearly, if I bring them on this platform and I mock them, it's gonna work. Some of you guys aren't British Question Time. Some of you aren't Piers Morgan.
I mean, if you just want your own back, like, fine, I guess, go for it, go crazy. But I just see it as an exercise in futility geared more towards self-indulgence and appealing to frustrations rather than a genuine attempt to make things better. If there were feminists with a podcast, I'm sure there are many. I'm sure if they're sitting around and enjoyed embarrassing men and putting the majority of the blame on men and had a general attitude of men suck and it's always their fault and they're always to blame, even if they had some valid points, I think most men would be totally unwilling to listen to them and would just think, you know, yeah, everything they say is total crap. They just have problems with blokes. I'm not even going to listen to the valid points. And they'd be justified in doing that. And I think podcasts like Pearl's do absolutely do the same with women. So how do I know this? Because I am a woman. I don't describe myself as a feminist, and I'm actually very sympathetic towards certain red pill talking points and problems for men. And yet, even when I hear Pearl, I get an urge to just go, yeah, fuck you. This is just disdain towards women masquerading as advice. So if that's the reaction you're getting from me, what sort of reaction do you think an average woman who's totally unaware of some of the validity or truth in red pill, what sort of reaction do we think she'll have? I think she'd tell you all to go and fuck yourselves and be totally unwilling to even consider if there's truth in your point of view. I'm just thinking of my girlfriends who are all totally, bless them, totally unaware of the online world or any culture or anything. They're out having fun, living their lives. And they're all nice, decent girls who treat men well. And if I showed them clips of Pearl, they'd just be like, this girl kind of seems like a bitch and like she just doesn't like women. What's her problem? And no, that's not another example of women being unable to take accountability. Don't give me that crap. Men do exactly the same when you talk down to them and blame them for everything. That's people. That's not how you convince people in general to listen to you. So now, of course, the obvious response to this is that Pearl's channel is for men and not for women. Fine. I still think it's a valid criticism, though, that she's pushing women away, even if she is mostly geared towards men. Though that's debatable, because she started the absolute cringe that is wife school. So there does seem to be some appeal to women there. However, I'd also be skeptical of the overall good it's doing for men. I'll give Pearl credit in that I think she does a good job in pointing out toxic feminine behaviour. She does a good job in some of her criticisms of feminism and in bringing up things men should be wary of and look out for. But I've watched her stuff, and I know what the general attitude of her channel is geared towards. And there is undeniably a massive tilt towards worst case scenario, towards always emphasising the worst types of women or the worst types.
I agree, Bloodia. I liked when all the opinions that the Red Pill tried to state came out of Kevin Samuel's mouth, but you know, you have to insult the highest value angel because lol, how dare that men try to help men and women? By the way, who's this Andrew Tate guy that we just heard about? We didn't care who he was until exactly the moment he was in the ground in Atlanta. But I know for a fact, I know a certain somebody who couldn't wait to talk shit about him right as he died. And hasn't done a single thing to receive anything that I've been getting for the last 4 weeks. What did you come back to? You missed me laying into Doritos 101 in his review of Annette. A good sampling of what's to come in my Nocturne review. That's what you missed. That's what you missed, horror. Now we're on Pearly Things.
Of female behaviours and presenting that as the most common, and also towards placing most of the blame on women and letting men off the hook and free from personal responsibility far too often. I get she's trying to correct for her feeling that women are too often given a free pass, but there is such a thing as overcorrecting. I would question how healthy doing all of that is for men as well. I would say it could potentially just fuel a lot of resentment towards women, make it seem impossible for men to ever have a relationship with a woman who genuinely loves him and isn't a conniving bitch, and honestly kind of make men paranoid and give them a twisted, unhealthy view on most women. She'll constantly talk about how easy life is for women and how women hardly have any struggles and blah 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 on and on, which, you know, there's no issue in pointing out female privilege and benefits we have that men don't and struggles that men face. But it's not true that a woman's life is just easy. That's just dumb and intentionally inflammatory and incredibly childish. I think men and women have difficulties in different areas, and I think it would be impossible to measure who has it harder. How would you even quantify that? You're comparing apples to oranges. But regardless, what sort of resentment is that building to constantly present the idea that men spend all their lives struggling and suffering while women are just out there living a high life without having earned it? The tiny minority of Instagram models and not most women. It's funny because that's exactly the same appeal the feminists gave to women in order to create loads of resentment towards men. And as far as I can tell, Pearl is engaging in the exact same behaviour designed to appeal to the worst human emotions and get an intense reaction. I thought we didn't like the communist Marxist tactics of presenting one group of people as unjustifiably privileged in order to make another group of people feel really hard done by and resentful so that they turn on the first group and want to put them in their place. Or is that only okay when red pillars do it? I also, frankly, think it's damn cheeky and very self-absorbed of her. Pearl talks about how easy her life is, and therefore, this is all women apparently. For someone who thinks facts are important, she bases an incredible amount on her own personal experience as a woman. It's worth pointing out that Pearl comes from a large and loving family, and also that her father is extraordinarily wealthy. So it just makes me think, honey, you had it easy. That's you. It's pretty self-absorbed to project your own experience onto everyone. You are not all women. You had an easy life? Yeah, no shit. That's what wealth and education and security in a big loving family gives you, an easier life than most. I know a few older women whose lives were not improved because they are female, where it was a hindrance rather than a help, and they would laugh in your face if they would hear you talk about how easy it's supposedly been and probably tell you to get down from your high horse. You know whose lives were worsened because they were female? Working-class English girls who were on a large scale groomed and raped and abused and then ignored and told to shut up by the authorities. Being female kind of fucked things up for them in that regard, but we'll get to sex trafficking later because you've got some very interesting things to say about that, Pearl. An example of Pearl's utter lack of nuance and her always picking the answer that shows women in the worst possible light and saying something I think just to be inflammatory. It's from Vice's feminism panel. So now this was an absolute shit show. It was. The feminists did terribly, were nonsensical, aggressive, illogical, and unable to answer the simplest of questions. What barriers do women face in society? Well, I'm disabled. What? Everyone has been talking about how well Sydney Watson and Pearl did in debating them, but I kind of disagree. I think Sydney did a good job. Pearl, I mean, given how idiotic the women they were talking to were, it wasn't exactly hard to come across as reasonable. So there's a moment where they're talking about the pay gap, which, yes, has been debunked many times. The gap in men and women's earnings isn't down to sexism. But Pearl's big brain answer is that women just don't want to work hard. That's it. Women lazy and don't want to do hard jobs.
Pay gap doesn't exist. It's the industries that women pick. There's a pay gap, but it's because women don't want to do the hardest industries.
The thing that kind of irritates me about this, I've spoken about this before, and I don't fully have time to cover it now, but it's...
But she's right. How many people do you see getting up on the hard wires and putting up telephone poles? I don't see many women doing it. Now, I do see female acetylene welders, but it's very rare. I don't see many people doing hazard pay jobs, having vaginas. I see them being the desk jockeys that send out the people to do the hard jobs. However, that does not make a position upon which one can stand with. I do not condone Pearl. I understand the argument she's using, but she's using it wrong. And is dumb. He's dumb. Very, 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 very dumb. Continue.
That red pillars act like women just want to spend all their time getting their nails done or partying with Chad on a yacht, and we'll just ignore all the hard jobs that women do which don't require as much physical strength but are still unglamorous and tough. Female-dominated industries like care, for example, where you're cleaning up human shit, it's not a job a lot of people would want to do, and watching people suffer and die, and it's emotionally exhausting, amongst other things, and it takes an immense toll. My grandmother was a nurse. She was a tiny woman, 4'10", and she ended up with lifelong back problems from years of hauling around patients bigger than her. Same with my aunt, 5 foot, permanent back damage from years of nursing. But yeah, it's just because women are lazy and they don't want to do anything hard. Now, to be fair to Pearl, maybe she said more than this and they edited her answer. I doubt it because she says stuff like this all the time. But then, thank God, Sydney Watson comes in with a fucking intelligent and reasonable explanation.
I don't think it's that simple. I think that's just an oversimplification. I think the fact of the matter is that women structure their lives differently to men. Men don't give birth. Men don't have to carry pregnancies. Men don't have to be the primary caregiver most of the time. Women also don't hold jobs for as long as men do. They often will stop and start. They'll go back into work. They'll take time off. They'll take part-time jobs. The way that men work and women work are astronomically different. And to try to say that they're comparable is where this issue comes from. They're not comparable.
This is more nuanced and more true. Yes, men and women do structure their lives differently, and women are less likely to prioritize a career, but not because women are just pampered and entitled, like Pearl implied. It's that men and women have different priorities. Now, is it true that some women will be pampered and entitled? Of course. Same with some men. But is that the reason for a societal pay gap? Probably not. In the UK, most women work and are raising kids, so I kind of resent this attitude that all modern women just insta-hoes who just can't be bothered. So this is what I mean. This is my frustrations with Pearl, because there's a level of truth in a lot of things she says, but way oversimplified, way boiled down into just like whatever presentation is going to present women the worst. So there's a level of truth in Pearl's answer. It is also true that a lot of high-paying jobs women are just less interested in, and that's one factor, not the whole truth, but one factor in men earning more. But that doesn't mean that women are just spoiled and lazy and don't want to do anything tough. It's just always presenting women in the worst possible light to pander to men in a way that I find simpering and embarrassing. No, I think the truth is that Pearl is spoiled and pampered and doesn't want to do anything tough. Let's not project, shall we? See, if I was a woman who needed convincing, I would be far more likely to listen to Sydney's reasoning and recognise it as true than I would Pearl's edgy dunk on women. To be honest, I thought Sydney didn't just show up the feminists, but I really thought she also showed Pearl up. I've always found Pearl way too simplistic in her thinking, as I say, and lacking in nuance, and like she's just reciting from the red pill script of how the world works that Rolo helpfully printed out for her. But I didn't realise just how bad she looks when she's contrasted with someone who actually thinks of themselves and has intelligent, well-rounded answers, or just gives a bit more nuance to things, rather than Pearl, who just seems to unquestionably swallow every red pill she can get her hands on like a good little addict. So that's a problem I've had with Pearl for a while. I think in her oversimplified worst-case scenario explanations for everything, she's damaging relations between men and women, presenting a warped view of how women are, and fueling resentment in men. Unsurprising, because if I was a man and thought being a woman was exactly how it's often presented on Just Pearly Things, I would be resentful too. And then I also think she's pushing women away from wanting to hear or understand men's point of view, because why the hell would you want to listen to someone who thinks you're spoiled and entitled?
I'd get rid of birth control, I'd ban it, but that'll never happen. I don't think women should vote. I don't think women should vote.
That'll get women on side. I do also think that she demonstrates a lack of critical thinking. She's weirdly worshipful of people like Rolo Tomassi to a degree I find a little icky. Like, are you okay? Can you not find anyone less creepy and insane to simp for? And seems to unquestioningly accept whatever he says. I just find she'll question views from the other side. Like, well, and, like, fair, you know, just question them, but then not her own views, or views coming from other red pillars. She just seems to kind of take them at face value. I mean, maybe she's questioned them in the past, but not from anything I've seen. I don't know. Maybe in more recent stuff, maybe there are cases of her criticising Rolo's views. To be fair, I don't know. But from what when I was watching Feb, just seemed to be parroting whatever he says, and I do not think he is a good source of information, as we know. What's really funny about that I heard of apparently Rolo's gone off at Pearl now as well. He said, "Don't worry, Pearl. I'm enjoying the club, but don't worry. He just doesn't like women very much. It says literally nothing about you or your content. He's just a bitter old hag. He thinks he's responsible for like every men's movement ever." Because he's old, so it must be killing him that you are more successful than him and you've only been doing it a few months, and also you're talking about like all his stuff. Oh my god, no wonder he hates you. This is slightly irrelevant, but you know what? Like, I just kind of want to say this because, I mean, this is kind of relevant, but it just like kind of irritates me. She talks about this all the time. I just find it a little bit bizarre, and this is a common like red pill talking point. It's the the thing that men are attracted to women with lower body counts, and women are more attracted to men with higher body counts. Okay, I can see that there's a kind of a level of truth there, but her whole thing seems to be that the higher a man's body count is, the more a woman will be attracted to him. And she also said that she literally like wouldn't care at all how many women her husband had been with, even if it was like a ridiculously high number. She said it wouldn't change her view on him even slightly, and wouldn't put her off marrying him. And I don't know, I'm just thinking, I mean, I think that's just you. Like, I feel like it's shit like this that kind of gives like a really warped view on things, or really like overgeneralized, or just like, maybe I'm the only woman in the world who feels this. Maybe I'm a total anomaly. I don't know. But if I was considering dating someone and I found out their body count was like ridiculously high, absolutely it would change my opinion of them, and absolutely I would be less attracted to them. That's like not even hard for me to consider. Even if I didn't want to be less attracted to them, I would be without being able to help it. And I'm not talking a reasonable number here, but like something really high. Yeah, it wouldn't make me think he was such an awesome Chad who was like really high value and I better snack him quick. No, I would immediately be concerned about his character. I would be thinking, right, so he's easily distracted, he has low standards, little self-control, isn't very disciplined, is not very discerning if his head is easily turned by a pretty face, it clearly doesn't take much to impress him, is flighty, treats the people around him as disposable, maybe, might be selfish, is likely immature, and also, like, what's the problem there? Why does he feel the need to do that? Is there lacking something in his life? Does he struggle with forming deep connections? Is he insecure and desperate for female validation? All of those things would go through my mind, even if I didn't want them to. Now, it may or may not be a deal breaker, depending on various factors and what I knew of him as a person, because, some of those worries, like, some of that might not be true, but it certainly wouldn't be something that would make him more attractive, or something that just, like, wouldn't bother or concern me at all. And I'm not just saying that, I'm not talking in a hypothetical here. I've been very interested in someone before, found out the numbers were absolutely wild, and it changed my opinion of him. I couldn't help it. I saw him as less responsible, less discerning, thoughtless to how he treated people, unreliable, slightly childish, had no idea what he wanted, insecure and desperate for female attention, and thus I was less attracted to him, and just thought, nah, this feels like drama. Go live your life, however you want, I'm good. Don't waste my time with this childishness.
If he looks like he's cheating, if he's acting like he's cheating,
You would assume he's cheating.
and you'll fall in love because women love being cheated on.
No, I've said this so many times in the past, but I cannot stress how true it is. That, look, I'm sorry, I just see cruel and selfish people as weak people, and I'm not interested in weakness. No matter how much money you make, or how often you're bad, weak is weak. It's just like the problem with the red, it just prioritizes so much like really like base instincts, the whole red pill thing. Women will be more and more attracted to men with like because of these biological reasons. I'm like, what, like, but we're not mindless biological organisms who, like, that's the point. We're not just going around like, and even from that level I would be less attracted because I would be thinking all those things, but like they just don't, like, I mean, don't emphasize character. Like that, I'm sorry, like, oh, it's just annoying because it's wrong as well. It's not just I don't want it to be true because I'm idealistic, it's also like actually just, anyway. Yeah, it's worth saying that because Pearl will just present like blanket statements about all women like going crazy for men like that, and I'm kind of thinking, I mean, like, what women? Maybe some women, but not me. Not a lot of the women I know. That might be true on some level, but I'd be very careful, boys, with taking that as gospel and thinking it will help you with the ladies. It might, but not every woman finds this as impressive as Pearl seems to think it is. And personally, I absolutely would not think only twice, but 3 times before seriously considering someone like that. Look, people might get mad at me for saying that, and I think I'm changing them. You live your life however you want, I don't care. I don't care what my friends do, and I don't think it makes you a bad person or anything, I'm not saying that. But if I'm considering dating someone, yeah, that's when I get to be prejudiced and intolerant, and that will factor into it, and it will change my opinion of them in a dating context. I wouldn't be able to help factoring it in. Attraction is unconscious, no matter how politically correct that might be. I don't know what to tell you. So there is another issue I have with some of the red pill ladies, and I think so many men don't see this because, no offence, but a lot of men are just really bad at spotting women who are acting from self-interest if those women are just saying things that they want to hear. Boys, women have been doing this forever. Let's be a little more discerning, please. Yeah, so there's this really bratty and superior attitude amongst some of the red pill women that I find obnoxious, which is funny because those are the things they're constantly accusing other women of being. So some of the first videos that I ever saw of Pearl were these shorts she did with her friend, who I believe is another red pill woman, and when I tell you the pure amount of cringe from these videos made my organs die inside my body. When I tell you to prepare yourselves, I don't want you to think that I'm joking. Maybe get into the brace position, because this is bad. So they made a few of these shorts together, and okay, I'll play you them, and tell me if they don't fit this scenario. So this series of videos they made when they were hanging out together, this reminds me. So you know when you were at school, okay, you were at school, and then a group of girls would get in a fight, and then two of the girls involved, this sounds really specific, so tell me if I'm wrong, two of the girls involved would have a sleepover, and then they'd go on Facebook and post like passive-aggressive pictures showing how much of a good time they were having, or post status updates that were like snide digs of the girls they were in a fight with, and get all like uppity and bratty and post it all online. It was utterly embarrassing, but also kind of forgivable because they're 12. Yeah, so imagine two adult women being childish enough to do that, and also their fight is with all of the women on the internet. In Capital, with our person trying to go. Katie and Lucy got in a fight with Chelsea, Tara and Sophie because they were invited to Sophie's party, and they really want those girls to know they don't care. They're having their own sleepover and it's way more fun. And also, James doesn't even fancy Tara properly anyway because he was snobbing Amy behind the bike shed, so who's the loser now? Talk to the hand because they listening. Okay, no, we need a plan. We need a plan for me going to school. We need a plan for me going to school tomorrow because they're going to be so. I normally sit next to Tara in biology, but I'm not sitting next to that bitch. You have to go in early, and you have to. We'll just sit next to me. We're just going to ignore them, and we should actually we'll talk about how great. Let's match. Let's match. Yeah. Let's match jackets. Okay, we'll match jackets. Oh no, we're the same pair. How high do the levels of cringe have to be before you die of toxic shock? Asking for a friend. The thing is, outside of the odd feminist, does anyone actually care what you do in your personal life? I mean, I have questions, arguments, and disagreements with women should submit to men as a general statement, but if you want to do that in your own personal relationship, this just feels like you're looking for a reaction and some attention, wanting to provoke people into either getting mad or praising you. I feel like if you really didn't care, you would just get on with it and not make passive-aggressive videos about it, but okay. Also, I find it weird that you address your statement to single women, implying that other women's lack of submission is the reason they're single, when, isn't Pearl single? If you're going to be childish and trashy enough to flex your own desirability over other women on the internet, maybe, like, back it up? Produce a man to prove that you've won.
Oh, she had a man, and she couldn't keep him. Insert impish laughter here. Probably something like... something like that. What qualifies as body count? Sex. A lot of people will say a lot of things with sex. Sexual intercourse of any kind. If you can be able, using resources or attraction, I'm up here, Carl. This is my titties. My eyes are up here, sir. If you can use any amount of attraction and resources, including money, but not if they are doing it as an exchange. So, actually, no, that doesn't really work in the context of what I was about to say, because technically you could say that dating is the interaction and exchange of your time, investment, and money with her interest in trade, and vice versa. But, stay with me. If I, a solid 6.5 and an 8 if I cut my hair, can pull the woman that I have without money. She wants me for me and my business. And I look at somebody like Pearl Davis and I say, damn it, how the fuck can you not be able to get some dick? Like, look at me, look at what I got. Why can't you have what I have? That is body count. Now, in terms of body count, men care because of the social influence of perception. Women care because of the social influence of not just attraction, relative to what they know of you, but of social awareness. A man who is rich can pull more women than a man who is poor, because everybody knows the man has money. How do they know that the man has money? They saw him out and about dating people. He has resources. He has things he can give. But those of you who are stringent watchers of home math, and if you're not, you should be, a man who has options will have more options than you. So if you, young girl Madison, decide to flex that, oh my god, I can't believe that Carter bought me a car. Guess who he bought a car for too, bitch? That's right. He bought a car for Ashley and for your sister and maybe even your mama. Maybe even your grandmama. Because if he's a 10, that 10 can afford to have other 10s and 9s and 7s and 6s. But I'm sure, Madison, Madison, you down there, the lowly 4, I'm sure he's just not, he's playing hard to get. He's playing hard to get. He's hard to get, cause he don't do shit. He don't like you. I'm hungry. I will not Hassan you. I'll be right back. I'm going to do something I don't want to do. Where's my... Where is it? Did I not bring it in last night? Well, it's not the places in the kitchen. It's in the bathroom. I need the Egyptian cotton. I want to be comfortable. Continue, bitch.
On over these feminists that no one wants. So, anyway, Katie and Lucy, I'm renaming them, you're teenage girls now. Katie and Lucy continue their day out and sleep over together after all the other girls are mad at them, so they're gonna go on Facebook and call them all fat. Take that, Chelsea, you skanky little bitch.
Allie, what do you say to the comments that say this set women back 50 years?
I don't think so, because women 50 years ago were a lot thinner. I don't know, I think they're wrong.
You better believe that when Katie has her party, none of them will be invited. It will just be her and Lucy, and her dad's paying for a stretch limo to the cinema, and it's gonna be so cool. So, bet you wish you'd invited us to your party now, Sophie, and you're fat. Do you guys remember the Hot Girls We Have Problems Too music video that those two girls made as a dig at, at the other girls at their school? And it went viral because it was so embarrassing.
Look at me and tell me the truth. What do you do when people don't know what we go through?
This is the same energy.
Hot girls, we have problems too. We're just like you, except we're hot.
Allie, what do you say to the comments that say this set women back 50 years?
Boys call me stuck up, girls say I'm conceited. On behalf of all hot girls, those comments aren't needed.
Women 50 years ago were a lot thinner.
I know that I'm hot, but textbook perfection really takes a lot.
Toe curling is all of that is. It's the cringe you laugh at, it's not the cringe that makes you angry. But this final video I'm going to play really wound me up. So here Pearl is getting Allie, I think her name is, her friend, to respond to a comment. Now, this isn't a rude comment, it's not a disrespectful comment, and it makes a fair point. But Allie decides to respond like this.
Allie, she's a stay-at-home wife. You don't need to submit to your husband in order for them to treat you well and be a stay-at-home mom. It's an equal partnership.
I think a lot of women don't understand how they make their husbands look when they post something like this, that it's an equal partnership, that they don't admire him at all, that he's just there and, they're just best buddies doing this journey of life together. No, it doesn't work that way. You should have a certain amount of reverence and respect for what your husband does for you, because it's a very hard world out there for men, and he's doing that for you. It's
Pause. That is a correct statement. She's gonna ruin it. Continue.
not that you guys are not equal in importance for human reproduction, because we are, but we're not equal in design in any way. And a lot of men go around and they go to work, and guess what? They talk to each other about how their wives are treating them. And so when your husband talks about you, how do you want him to discuss you? You want him to be glowing, right? So I recommend, maybe putting him as your priority a little bit.
I find this attitude absolutely and completely unbearable. So you don't like it when other women criticize your relationship and what you choose to do, but your unhinged response to this woman is that she doesn't admire and respect her husband? You're behaving like one of those irrational feminists you dislike so much, who act like, oh, you disagreed with me on one thing, therefore you hate women, with like no logic or anything involved. So this woman disagrees with your definition of how a relationship should go. She does things differently with her husband, and therefore you have decided that she doesn't respect men. Are you a child?
What I think is sad is shaming a woman for being married to somebody that she wants to be married to. Like, why are you mad?
You've also taken it upon yourself to speak for her husband. I don't know how you found the sheer bloody nerve to do that. I don't think the bloke would thank you for that. He and his wife probably agree on how they want their marriage to work. But in your all-knowing wisdom, you decided to speak to him and suggest that he feels unappreciated, unloved, not valued or respected, imply that his wife is a bad wife, and then you sit there with an attitude of, well, of course how I live my life is better, and I respect my husband more, and I'm more feminine than her, and just a better person, really.
I think a lot of women don't understand how they make their husbands look when they post something like this, that it's an equal partnership, that they don't admire him at all.
It is possible that this woman just has a different opinion. That doesn't mean she's disrespectful or bad or wants to cut her husband because she doesn't share your worldview. This is also a really gross and transparent attempt to pretend that your main concern here is men's issues, when actually, all you're quite obviously doing is trying to present yourself as a better and more feminine woman than the woman that you're tearing down, and you're hiding behind a concern for men to do it.
I recommend, maybe putting him as your priority a little bit.
Just kidding. We're perfect.
I wouldn't say you're acting with any ladylike grace and decorum. She's done that woman thing, but yes, I know, we are angels, but we do sometimes also do this, of hiding something bitchy under pretend concern to make herself look better. I recommend treating your husband as your priority.
I recommend, maybe putting him as your priority a little bit.
This is cutthroat female competition disguised as a concern for men, and all the women in the room can see exactly what you're doing. What's so wild is that this is a traditional stay-at-home mother who left this comment, and it might just be that they could just disagree on the definition of the word. This could be as simple as semantics. Maybe she just has a different understanding of what submission means than you do. Maybe she has some really negative connotations attached to it. Did you think of that? Maybe when she hears that, she thinks of something totally different than what you think of, and maybe if you had an insight into her personal life, you would think, oh, she is a good wife, and a selfless person, and respects her husband, and maybe a petty argument over this word isn't important. But no, you've considered none of that, and you decided that it means that she mistreated your husband. You're behaving like girls in fights blasting all over the internet to prove how much happier and better and popular you are than the girls you're fighting with. This is really embarrassing. This is how girls behave, not women.
Hot girls, we have problems too. We're just like you, except we're hot.
I've also heard this woman, not Pearl, the other one, Allie, whatever, talk about how men need to have strong boundaries with their women, lay down the law with your wife because I'm constantly testing and provoking my husband, so he needs to tell me what to do or I have control. And I just think, maybe you're just childish and bratty. Might be you. No, I know you get crap online, love, because your husband is over 20 years older than you. People accuse you of never mentally maturing past the age of 16 and wanting a surrogate father figure for a husband. And that's really not fair. People shouldn't stigmatise age gap relationships. They really shouldn't. But all I can say is, you don't help yourself when you say things like that. Maybe you do need to submit to your husband if you're running around like a toddler, throwing tantrums and intentionally trying to provoke him and test him. Sounds bloody exhausting. That's probably a good arrangement for him to be in charge. You should stick with that. I mean, if you can't restrain yourself from behaving like a child, someone needs to be the adult in the room. Let's not prescribe that for all women, though, and suggest that they're bad wives if they don't do things your way. It just sounds like maybe you need extra supervision and shouldn't be left alone with crayons in case you draw on the walls. I'm imagining him chasing you around the house because you're refusing to put your shoes on. I want to wear the princess dress today and I don't want to put my socks on. You didn't set good enough boundaries and now I'm an aeroplane. Okay, no, but I have an actual point here. This is important, this is relevant, that I want to come back to. I think maybe I'll talk about it in the second follow-up video where there's another creator who's I have something to say about. But for now, yeah, the point is, look, online, I think at the moment we have girls who are telling women how to be women, telling men how to treat women, talking about what women want in men and what women need, and all the while they don't in any way, shape, or form behave like women because they're immature girls. And then they wonder why they're getting backlash from women who are saying, no, that's not how it is. I want babysitting. I want here's the thing, look, it's fine if you want to talk about like yourself, your own life, what you like you do. Like, I don't have any problems with people who talk about feminism, obviously, like being or what it means to be a woman, any of those things. I really don't. I do part of that, but it's when you describe that under all women and then set yourself up as like, I'm, yeah, the paragon of like feminine virtue, because, and this is the way you do it, to the extent that a woman is literally living the same life you are, but because she disagrees on the definition of a word, you have pissy fit like baby. And just like condemning all of them, you're not living your, this is how you need to live your life, this is how you're doing it, this is the problem with it, this is like, it's just, that's a problem. So then, yeah, you're behaving like girls, and then you're talking to women and saying this, just bugger off.
Just kidding, we're perfect.
And as for Pearl, well, not sound like a bitch. That's a lie, this is fully intended to be bitchy, but if you can get it, you can take it. Were you, by any chance, a bit weird at school? The only reason I'm mentioning it is because this immature, emotionally stunted teenage girl behaviour makes me wonder if you didn't have the opportunity to do that at the time. If you were left out a bit, if you didn't have a lot of status with the other girls, or perhaps you didn't get attention from the boys, and now you suddenly have a lot of it, is it possible you're making up for lost time by doing what you never got to do at 15, and, backed by the heady feeling of suddenly receiving a load of attention from hundreds of thousands of men, by proving your popularity and high status by shitting on other women? That's the behaviour in those videos, the mean girl behaviour. I recognise it well. Most women will recognise it. The boys like me and don't like you. It's that attitude. A little bit cringe 26. I hope it works its way through your system quickly and you make full recovery. So yes, I know Pearl often denies this accusation that she just wants to put other women down, which I find easier to believe if one of my first encounters was watching her flex her desirability over single women via her imaginary boyfriend, and also for her YouTube titles went about how terrible or entitled or unattractive other women are. No element of female competition involved, Pearl? We should not even a little smidge, really? A teeny little drop of unconscious competitiveness driving your decisions. Would you attest to that in a court of law? All the countless videos talking about how much modern women suck, but there's no biological drive there? I thought the red pill was all about unconscious biological drive. Are we sure that discrediting the competition isn't now just working away in the back of your subconscious? Maybe? I mean, in a world full of such terrible, dangerous, unattractive women, it really narrows down the options for men. They're lucky they have you as an alternative. Are we sure there's not a teeny little ulterior motive there? Just a small one, Pearl. A baby one. A little baby ulterior. Just a little...
Look. We get it. Can you do better? No. What are we doing? I'm not enjoying this fucking solid race. Get there. Get there, okay? Get there. Fucking Jesus Lord. I got 2 of these to sit through. Please, get to your goddamn point. But Carl, she put the picture of her on the screen. Her point is that she's ugly, and girl thinks that she's supposed to be an alternative. Yes, I know that's what she's saying, but she hasn't said it. She's just showing it and mocking her about it. Meaning she's doing the exact thing that she's criticizing, meaning she's no fucking better. That's what you want when you want somebody to address the problems. Be just as toxic as the person they're describing. Wow!
A really cute little baby ulterior motive. Oh no, sorry, no, it is in fact, that all of the other women in the world are terrible. Yes, that is the more likely explanation. They're all terrible. Well, except Pearl. Pearl gets it, boys. She understands you. She values you. It's so hard for you out here in a world of heartless harpies and vicious...
Look. This only works if you're actually capable of speaking for those men that you're hypothetically speaking to. And unfortunately, the men that you're hypothetically speaking to, if they came across this video and they're not in my audience, they're looking at you like, why are you belittling my intelligence? Yeah, I can see clearly for myself that she's not someone to be trusted. And while you have fun attacking her, I'm telling all my homies to stay the fuck away from you. Because that's what we do. That's what we do.
Just girl bosses just waiting to get their horrid little female claws into you. Pearl understands. And she's here to light the way and be a beacon of true femininity. For a great example that attests to her character and really shows how she is in fact driven by a love for men rather than just being threatened by other women, I present this video in which a man goes on her podcast to talk about an unconsensual sexual experience he had where he woke up when he was incredibly drunk with a woman he wasn't even dating, and Pearl responds exactly how we'd expect an empathetic, compassionate and reasonable woman sensitive to men's issues would respond. By not paying full attention, saying his story sounds kind of funny, like it doesn't add up, and also really weirdly comparing it to how she'd also doubt the story if a woman was telling it. Apparently it's also not a problem if a woman wakes up with a man inside of her, and people would be doubtful if that woman was assaulted. Maybe red pillars would question if she was assaulted, but no, are you kidding me? Most people would agree it's a violation, and what's more, it is a violation. A drunk woman wakes up with a man she's not even dating. slept inside of her, and that's not a violation, then what is? Does she have to be beaten too? Fucking what?
Hold on, you're drunk, and I have sex with you, yeah? Just because you enjoy it, does that mean that you agree to it?
Well, does she wake up and say stop, like get off me, or does she say oh shit, like and then start riding? There's two different. There's two different.
No, you lot stunting, because if a girl says she's drunk, yeah, and I had intercourse with her while she was sleeping, that's automatically cancelled, bro. Why are you not even trying to make excuses for the guy, bro? Like I don't care. Like if she did that to me, like I'm drunk enough.
If you said stop and you like oh shit, like what are you doing? Like,
I didn't say what you doing. I didn't say stop. I'm like we did.
And then what?
What do you mean, bro? Like I'm drunk and you're on me riding, bro. Like I'm not making.
I would keep it the same with a girl. Like I would keep it the same with a girl.
Yeah.
If she was seeing a dude and she was in a situation where they're in bed together, so I'm assuming there's some history, and she wakes up and he's in her, and if she says what the, like, get off of me, that's one thing. But if she finishes, like then how am I gonna say that's not consensual?
Yeah, but then there's no one witnessing, so they can easily turn it around if they regret it afterwards. That's the thing that women do.
Yeah, I mean, don't get me. There's a lot of issues in the justice system like that definitely favor women. But I'm saying I'm keeping a stack with you. I would keep it the same a man or a woman.
So you're saying that if I we had like drinks or whatever, we're chilling and we go back to mine, and you fall to sleep, and you wake up with me on top of you, Pearl. You're like, your first thought as a woman anyway is like, right, what are you doing, right? But you're talking about a man now. So right, you can't, bro, I'm not saying she was butters. I didn't say she was not.
Were you planning to do it?
No, otherwise I was planning to have sex with her, but not without a condom on. Right.
Look, first of all, that doesn't change the intention behind the initial action. Someone decided to start having sex with someone asleep who was also incredibly drunk, someone they weren't dating, didn't have that sort of agreement with, it's not cool, it's not, no way, you have no clue if that person wants it or how they'll react, and you decide to do it anyway. I mean, even if the person ended up not having a problem with it, that's a happy outcome, I guess. But I'm still looking at the first person like they're a fucking creep. But that aside, okay, I get it. You know, we want to question assault allegations and make sure they're valid. Well, first I would say there's a sensitive way and an insensitive way to do that, and this was probably not the way to go about it. It was incredibly uncomfortable. He looked embarrassed and strangers. People were laughing. Carl looked disinterested and spends time fucking about on her iPad. I mean, I'll say there are times to do that and times to give someone full attention. This would probably be one of those times to give someone full attention and not be so bloody rude. For someone who talks all the time about appropriate feminine behaviour, she sure doesn't seem to have very good manners. But look, if that was it, you know, that was that, I would put it down to an awkward moment on a podcast and give her the benefit of the doubt and think, right, okay, she handled that kind of badly, but everyone is awkward or weird, or deals with stuff badly sometimes, you know. Like, it's not really anything to drag someone over the pole, necessarily, is what I would think if she then hadn't uploaded the clip to her channel with the title, wow, he was great! Because, I don't know about the rest of you, but when I think of sexual assault, I of course, not forgetting the fun little emoji at the end there. Cheeky. Just a cheeky little emoji in a great story. To lighten the mood. If Jake Paul was a red pill, I am telling you. Yeah, so this is disgusting. It's disgusting for a number of reasons. Not only are you exploiting someone's horrible experience for personal gain, it's worse than that. You're exploiting it when you don't even believe him.
Well, okay, you're drunk and you're sleeping, and you wake up with me in you. Wait.
Are we just like a...
No, we're not dating.
Okay.
We're not dating. You got an erection while you were sleeping. We're not dating.
Did you mean, like, have we hooked up before?
No.
You've never hooked up before?
No.
So the first time you met this girl, you were drunk, and then she found herself on top of you.
And then second?
And then at the same time.
Pretty much.
Stop the cap.
No,
brother.
Like, I find it very embarrassing.
When you woke up, and then when you woke up, and she was on top of you, you did not stop. You didn't say, oh my God, what are you doing? Get off me. You said, actually, keep going, and I'm going to go till I finish.
No, as I said, I was drunk. So, I'm... Okay, yeah, exactly, but you're already on me, and I'm not going to lie, it's feeling good, you know what I'm trying to say? But it's now after I'm clicking, like, you know what I'm trying to say? I'm clicking in now, wait, hold on a minute, hold on. Like, how did you... Like, wait, what? And it's like after.
The story just sounds... I'm just being honest, where it very well could have happened like that, but it's just the story sounding, like, kind of funny. Like, it sounds like...
Basically, we were drinking. It'd be hard for you to claim that happened purely because when you had the opportunity to stop, you did not.
Bro, if it was my choice, I would have put a condom on. Are you not listening?
I'm not saying it wasn't your choice.
But I'm thinking of the equivalent, right? If a guy I was seeing like that happened to me, right, and I woke up and then I was like, oh yeah, let's keep going, and then we finished, and I say after, oh, I was great. Like I think a lot of people would kind of look at me funny.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like if I got on top and started riding, right? Like and then people be like, how can you say you were great if you finished it?
That's why I didn't answer when he said was I great, because I was violating.
You said SA though.
I was right. That's what I think it was. It was SA. And it wasn't great. It was SA.
But you enjoy.
It's really annoying that we keep doing this thing where it's like, I was SA! Bro, she got on top of me, she rolled my shit unfucking announced. She abused me. I was sexually abused. But because of censors. SA, I was SA'd. I was SA'd. It was SA, bro. I was SA'd. Please, say the words. We're adults. Say the words.
Enjoyed it.
But like that's
Why have you got He was great in the title when you don't think he was.
I'm the most empathetic to men's issues. I'm so empathetic.
You spent the whole time questioning it, which, okay, if you want to do that, but you don't then upload it with what? Yet you're then happy to profit from and clickbait something that you don't believe. Makes it hard to believe that you're not a grifter, Pearl. Makes me doubt the integrity of a lot of your stances, to be totally honest. Again, this video was from months ago and I watched it at the time, and at the time was disgusted. I thought she was ill-mannered, disrespectful, and unbelievably trashy. For someone who spends half her time talking about how modern women are disrespectful, rude, unempathetic, and exploit men, she sure has been disrespectful, rude, demonstrates a lack of empathy, and what was the last one? Oh yes, exploit. Does posting it to a YouTube channel with a trashy sensationalist title count as exploiting men? I'm gonna go with yes. If I went on a podcast to tell a story like that, to have the host be rude, inattentive, insensibly question and embarrass me, and then after behaving like that I saw they were profiting from it by uploading it later with this title, with a fucking emoji. Fuming. Oh. Livid. So I've actually told a story on my own channel touching on similar issues. It's my story, it's about me, and it's never once even entered my mind to upload it with a trashy title like that. I'd have gotten way more views if I'd done that, but there are more important things than views, Pearl. And doing that would be exploiting and sensationalizing something that shouldn't be exploited or sensationalized. It would feel slimy and grotty to do that, even with my own story. It would feel trashy and disrespectful to other people. But if I did that to someone else, I can't fathom the rudeness and the lack of self-awareness. You invite someone onto your channel, you should treat them like a guest in your home. Like Game of Thrones, the laws of hospitality. Doesn't mean don't challenge them, but it doesn't mean don't stab them in the back under your roof. Show them some grace and courtesy. How did you see this title before the video was uploaded and think, yep, this is the one. This is fine. Let's just add an emoji. Don't you have manners, Pearl? A sense of basic decency? Were you born in a barn? Were you raised by wolves? I know for a fact you weren't, because you talk all the time about how great and loving and wealthy your parents are, so you have absolutely no excuse for this. Acting like a trashy, sensationalist tabloid. If this is the red pill standard for ladylike behaviour, I am very happy to have nothing to do with it. This is classless. You can wear all the feminine outfits you want, love. But if this is how you behave, trashy is still trashy. A string of pearls does not a lady make.
I'm the most empathetic to men's issues. I'm so empathetic.
Guys, should I sign up for wife school? Do you think they teach me how to be sweet and feminine? Less talking, Galatea. Keep your mouth shut. Don't talk back. Will I get taught how to be respectful to men in wife school? Oi, you girl. Oh, you stop with that back talk. You stop with that, keep your mouth shut. You've upset Rolo, you've hurt his feelings. That's not very respectable. The man won't like you. The man won't like you. You've been disrespecting all these men on the internet. And that is not what a good wife is and does. That's really bad. They'll tell me that. No one wants a wife like that. If I go to wife school, will I get showed how the best way to be a good wife is? Lesson number 1, wear pearls. Then everyone will think you are a lady, even if you are a tacky bitch. How would you be nice to me if I did wife school? Would I get bullied? I'll probably get bullied at your school, Pearl. I'll probably have no friends. Lesson 2, dab on these hoes. This is a mating ritual that will impress the males, and they will congregate around you, and then you can select a husband, dab, to just get you going. Is this your thing? I bet it is. Do you guys think that at wife school they have lessons on how to make a man happy? Happy? If you know what I mean. That is an important part of being a wife, so I really hope that's included in the syllabus, Pearl, and we don't want Ofsted on our backs for not giving the girls a well-rounded education. Academic standards are really slipping these days. So now we come to the man of the hour, self-proclaimed women's rights advocate and everyone's favourite piece of pond scum, our dear old pal Randy Andy. Also known as Mr. Plenty. Big boss is Mr. Plenty. How did I not know about Andrew Tate's rap video before now? How did I miss this? Why have I only now learnt of its existence? I mean, look, not to interfere with the course of justice, but surely just that is enough to lock him up. Have you seen it? Your Honour, this man has just committed a horrible crime! I was broke, did it dirty, no soap. It's got to be breaking some kind of law. When I'm on the road, stay in your lane. It's the kind of thing that someone would make if their only exposure to music was via the Paul brothers. So it's good, is what I'm saying. Kill the game, I don't want to hang about. Oh, how do people think he's an attractive manly man? He is cringe! He's like a vain, preening peacock. I will never understand the appeal. He's in his 30s, and he made like just this sort of weird rap video I'd expect a 12-year-old boy to make. He is an absolute goon. I just think this man is just a bit of a weirdo. I think he's a bit mentally stunted as a teenager, to be honest with you. I feel like this is my fault. Here's the thing, I said in my last video, one of the last videos, that I wasn't going to talk about him again, and then a couple of days later he ended up in a Romanian jail, so I think I jinxed it. Turns out it wasn't Greta. It was me. Failed rap career aside, are there any other crimes that Tate is guilty of? So now the reason I'm talking about this is because this is more about some of the absolute insane reactions surrounding the Tate thing rather than Tate himself. However, let's just get...
This was made when? 9 months ago. Yeah, that's about right. You have wasted my time. You're going on double time.
Some context. I'm working with the information I have at the time of filming, so if there's something new come out, I'm sorry, I'm not a time traveller. So, is it possible that Tate was set up by the powers that should not be because he was spitting so much truth and they paid girls off to lie about him and these are all trumped up charges intended to shut him up because he was helping people wake up from the Matrix? Yes, it's possible. Is it also possible that Tate knew he committed some serious crimes, knew they were trying to nail him for it because it was a several months-long investigation, and so in order to preempt it, started saying how the Matrix was coming for him, that they'd shut him up and lie about him, so that when he was inevitably arrested, he knew all his fans would never believe he was guilty, and it would look like he'd predicted it, like Pearl said. Yes, of course, that is absolutely possible. It's not a prediction if you know you did something. This does not prove he is Neo. You're weirdos. Is it even possible that the powers that should not be wanted to shut him up because he was spitting so much truth, and, helpfully for them, he also happened to be a genuine criminal, so they set him up as a useful idiot that allowed him to get peak fame, and then arrested him because getting caught up in such a public scandal damages the reputation and credibility of genuine anti-establishment figures who blindly defended a genuine criminal who was allowed and open about his behaviour for months. I mean, yeah, that's possible too. What do I think? I don't think it looks good for him. I'll be honest. In my opinion, even if he's not guilty of every accusation, he is looking less and less like an innocent man. I wouldn't be surprised if he wasn't guilty of everything, but I'd be very, very surprised if he wasn't guilty of one of the things. I also think some people just hear someone speaking about the global elites and are far too quick to rush in blindly to defend and cross the road without looking both ways. Abbott and Preach made a really, really good video going over what he's accused of and the evidence. I will play parts of it in this video and link it down below. I really recommend you check it out. I've been really impressed with how Abbott and Preach have covered this. They now number among some of the content creators I respect most highly on YouTube. They defended Tate in the past, they didn't blindly condemn him when others blindly condemned him, and now they're not blindly defending him either. They waited for evidence before giving their opinion, have presented it fairly, I think, and they've consistently demonstrated a huge amount of integrity in how they report on things and conduct themselves, so I think they deserve massive credit for that. So to briefly explain, from what I understand, Tate is accused of fraud and deceit and sex trafficking women. He's also accused of coercing and forcing them into it and not allowing them to leave, and stealing their money and threatening them. I also understand there are accusations of violence and, I don't think I can say this word, forced violation, the R word. I will play clips of Abbott and Preach throughout it because they explain it very well.
Listen, they didn't prosecute Andrew Tate. Andrew Tate prosecuted Andrew Tate. My homie was self-snitching.
Trafficking, we have three things: force, fraud, or coercion. Force, obviously, that's like being chains and not being allowed to leave. Fraud, being kept there under false pretenses. If there's an element of fraud in the way that you are enticing somebody or keeping somebody in a particular position to work for you, and if it's in the sex business, that's like trafficking. Or coercion. Let's kind of look at one of his very first videos that he did. These are his words, not my words.
When you say webcam company, people assume, oh, it's just a sex fest. But in reality, it's a shitload of people management. The HR category of the webcam business is the largest and most important thing. You're effectively taking girls, teaching them how to make unlimited money and then making sure they get all to you. Your goal is to inspire a girl to make money. So the way you're going to do that is you have to have some element of influence. And you're going to have that element of influence through her respecting you, looking up to you, and her believing she needs you. And this is extremely important. Because at the beginning, she will need you. But then she won't need you. But you have to keep that fallacy, keep that dream alive.
Fallacy, that's his word. And what is fallacy? Fraud.
That's a pimp. That's exactly what a pimp does.
Of course, we already have Myron predictably throwing tantrums on his show and saying he'll always stand by Tate because they're friends and he knows Tate was framed, and all the girls must have been paid off to lie about Tate. But my question would be, Myron, love, did they also pay off Tate to lie about Tate? Because that's a rather big fly in the ointment.
So you type with the girl, you maximize your money, and also she believes she needs you, which is extremely important. Another reason you share it is because they will pay you in Bitcoin. And this is amazing because you've all seen all that shit that's going on. You've all seen the fucking legalities of banking. Trying to get money out of these sites into your bank without paying shitload of taxes is actually very difficult.
That whole avoiding taxes, and it's not legal to do that.
So in the last 6 months, I've released a Bitcoin. So pay Bitcoin. Tax is also another important element for controlling your money. You're not going to pay anybody tax because you're getting paid in Bitcoin. So you don't need to pay tax anyway. Tell your girl they're paying tax. Because the girls are lazy. The girls are stupid. The girls don't understand how taxes work. So the girls working with you, and you're like, oh, hey, I'm going to make this much money, I'm going to pay the tax to make sure you don't get in trouble. She'll say, okay. Now that allows you to do 2 things. One, it's another control element. If I work with him, my tax is not a problem. If I do it alone, I have to deal with taxes. Taxes are complicated. It allows you to pay a small percentage. So I pay my girls 30%. So for every $10,000 they made, I give them 3, and I keep 7. They thought they were on 50%. And I said the disparity is taxes. So you're on 50%, you pay the tax first, and then it's 50-50. So really you're paying 30, tell them you're paying 50, difference is in the tax. That's where the disparity lies, taxes. If they don't legally press whatever, bring out some tax forms. I say all the time, bring out some random tax forms, say yes, sign here, sign this. What is it? So the tax, okay, tax and all. Okay, and just sign away. They don't fucking sign it, that's their way. They think something's happening, something real's happening. Nothing's happening, something you.
So we started, he's already admitted to tax evasion and fraud. I mean, it's not a mission. This is a course he's running. He's teaching people. That's what he's teaching. He doesn't mean he's doing that. Now. I'm just playing devil's. It's a very hard job. I'm not saying. He said that's what he was doing with his girls. That's what he said he was doing. Yeah. The women saying he did this to us. Oh. What, you think they're gonna look at the bank records and see that the money, he was paying them 50-50? What do you think? Let's be honest. If someone admits to what they're doing, just believe them.
But to his defense, I got nothing.
I just want you guys to understand, like, just here, we're not even going to the human just right there. This man was stealing from the people that were working for him.
Right there.
He didn't even care. He's not getting rich, bitch. Fuck you. He didn't care. He was stealing from. If that's your job, how would you feel about that? Would you not want this person charged for that crime?
Yeah, this video of Andrew Tate talking about all of the things. Yeah, this is the most damning thing I've seen. And I'm not even sure the most hardcore Tate fanboy can justify that. Though, by God, they're trying. It would be far easier to believe that Tate didn't do nothing and is a good boy who got framed by fake evidence if part of the evidence wasn't a video of him telling on himself.
All over the place. So all these chicks just stuck in the house, sitting there bored, completely in love with me. And of course they all know how. You stay in the house. You don't go nowhere. You're not, no restaurants, no clubs, nothing.
Exactly. The judge's like, nah, the way you act in real life is how you're talking about these videos. So I'm not going to not use them as evidence. I cannot use them as evidence because they match.
Tell you what, if this is a conspiracy and Tate was framed by the Matrix, he must have been in on it because wow, did he make it easy for them setting up for sex trafficking. They really couldn't have done it without his level of dedication and cooperation to the cause. Okay, so when we come right down to it, are there things that point to Tate being guilty? Absolutely yes. Is it possible he's innocent? I mean, I've never described him as innocent, but innocent of any illegal activity? Yeah, it's possible. Very unlikely at this point just because of all the tax stuff, but sure, it's possible. He's innocent of all criminal activity. Would I be shocked if it turned out that the man who's been going around saying women are property turned out to have literally treated women like property? Not really. As for the R-word allegations, the grape allegations, I mean, at this point, we don't know. There are those voice recordings. I mean, they don't make him look exactly innocent. But as people say, we don't know the context. I would say, at the very least, he sounds like a dick. First impression is, even if they're messing around, it sounds like there was something that upset her and he's dismissing it and trying to manipulate her into feeling bad about being upset about it. But again, we don't know, and we can't know, and we don't know what she said, and maybe it was all part of their kinky game. In terms of if the Matrix is framing him for rape, the story one girl told where she says she stayed in a relationship with him 4 months after a false violation, I feel like if Tate were being framed, they would make up a more black and white scenario. And also, aren't there police reports from the time? So, just on that, like, it doesn't seem to be her just calling out the woodwork because he's now famous. So I know everyone is immediately dismissing. Well, no, I don't know everyone, not everyone, but like a lot of fans. Oh, I've seen immediately dismissing this girl because she stayed with him. So it's a lie. And I can't speak to her story because yeah, she could be lying. I don't know. However, I wanted to address that thing because this is a common thing, and it doesn't on its own make her story unbelievable. Hearing what she had to say, I can understand why she didn't leave. It makes absolute sense to me. A common factor in trauma is confusion, and sometimes reliving that trauma so you can reclaim power over it. You don't want it to be true that is what happened to you. You don't want to acknowledge the reality that you could be that powerless or that vulnerable. So you lie to yourself and you stay to try to heal the current situation. As if by doing that you could rewrite the past and make it so it never happened. It's a defense mechanism to protect your mind. What she said actually is consistent with sexual trauma or trauma in a relationship. So no, we can't dismiss it on the grounds that she didn't immediately leave. So therefore must just not have minded. Some people are remarkably ignorant about what trauma can do to a person. Look, that is not the same as a girl sleeping with someone, regretting it, and then crying great afterwards. Those are two very different situations. And yet, there might be what happened. That might be the case with her. We don't know. But I'm just saying, those are two very different. If you take her out with two very different situations, and people are conflating them because they're so anti the Me Too movement, they're unwilling to consider the nuances in real instances of assault. It's not always a knife point from a stranger, and going back to the person doesn't mean it's all okay and you weren't affected by it. Yes, it would be better if women immediately went and reported an assault. Yes, that's the best case scenario. Yes, it would make justice far easier if a woman did that. But it's hard to do with someone you know. Reporting it, I would guess, is probably easier with a stranger. But someone you're in a relationship with, the trauma creates confusion. You don't know if what happened really happened. Your mind is breaking down, trying to reconcile who you thought that person was with what they did, and the contradiction makes you feel insane and has you questioning your own interpretation of reality. How could they be that and do this? Maybe I'm going crazy. And imagine it all. It can't have happened. And on top of that, you don't want to betray someone you have feelings for. Of course, you would want to be absolutely certain and clear thinking before you betrayed someone you cared about. And the point is, in that moment, you aren't clear thinking. Not at all. And it probably feels that you can't trust your own mind. You don't want it to be true, and the overwhelming guilt crushes in, makes you believe, well, of course, in some way you must be responsible because why would this person have done it otherwise if you weren't willing? It has to be misunderstanding. And on top of that, if someone has been manipulated or gaslit, which if that person's evil enough to grape, you can bet they're not adverse to some cheeky psychological manipulation. And that's why it takes people so long to come to terms with something like that. Would it be better if women and men, people, immediately reported all assaults to the police? Of course it would be. Should they acknowledge it's harder to get justice if they don't because there's a lack of evidence if they wait too long? Yes, that's just reality, because we can't just lock someone up when he said she said because obviously that system could be taken advantage of. However, if they don't report an assault, does that make them a dumb hoe who must be lying because if it was real, of course she would immediately go to the police? Who would be stupid enough to not report an assault if it really happened? Lots of people. It's a mental assault as much as a physical one. Some people seem to not understand that, and the lack of compassion is quite revolting. So do I personally believe this girl? I don't know. I don't know. But if I had to give my opinion, it doesn't sound unlikely. I didn't disbelieve it because of anything she said in the story. Like it could be made up, but I didn't not believe it immediately. The way she described what happened honestly doesn't sound too far from what I can imagine Kate doing. The language she described him using, like, it just didn't sound out of character. Down to acting like nothing happened afterwards. Of course, someone switching to totally nice again would confuse her. That's how people abuse people in relationships, by switching from violent to sweet. It's supposed to be confused. And also, look, here's the other thing. I really wouldn't be surprised if it had happened and Tate himself didn't consider it rape. Like seriously, I wouldn't be surprised if he only thought of rape as something that happens from a stranger in a dark alley. He has said in the past a girl in a relationship shouldn't say no and sleep with her man whenever said man requires because, oh yes, women are property, we're back there again. It's not making it easy for me to have faith in his innocence, I'll say that. But then, yes, she could be lying. Of course that's a possibility. We don't know, is the thing. But I'm just disgusted by people saying it must be a lie because anyone who's really been abused doesn't say they're abuser. You're so ignorant. So yeah, look,
I think it's because it's 9 months old, but these are the talking points we've already gotten past. I'm sorry, sweetheart. We're gonna move on to the next one. The tragic fate of just pearly things from J. Aubrey. The unpickable pick-me. It's weird how in a video that's supposed to be about pearly things, we have somebody maintaining herself directly on top of Andrew Tate, huh?
I think it is a compliment.
People think I'm insane because I don't think women should vote. I had this realization that men are smarter and better at everything. Women have been told what we want to hear our whole lives. From a historical perspective, women are pretty bad.
So I understand the complaint.
When you search the word pearl on Google, you get the definition of a small glistening sphere formed within a crystalline shell of an oyster, highly regarded for its beauty and rarity as a jewel. But if you search pearl on YouTube, you get this.
What's up, guys? Welcome to the Just Pearly Things YouTube channel. Today, I want to talk about why women are dumb. How women realize that the only way we can be great at things is under the authority of a man.
Just Pearly Things is a 26-year-old YouTuber, TikToker, and social commentator with an attack for anti-Semitism who isn't afraid to give her opinion on the appearances of teenage girls, all in an effort to promote the red pill, a community I pray will one day fade into deep obscurity.
My husband's texting me. He wanted me to tell you that we will have our daughter ready for you as a virgin.
These influencers, alongside Pearl, can be recently seen advocating against the 19th Amendment.
Hey, I don't think women should know. I don't think women should know. Lord Jesus, keep on going.
Making bold claims about what women really want.
I swear to God, this show has made me believe I think women like to be cheated on.
And pushing to criminalize a person's legal option to get divorced.
Oh, actually, I think we should ban divorce too. Yeah, I think that should be banned. Yes.
Okay, well that's a little bit silly. You have to acknowledge that, right?
No.
Something you'll hear these people often espouse is that women are expected to adhere to a very strict set of arbitrary guidelines in order to be considered desirable or high value. This is a notion Pearl subscribes to as well. Only the difference between Pearl and her contemporaries is that she, if you haven't noticed, is a woman. A token of femininity floating across a vast sea of testosterone, yearning desperately for a crumb of credibility, even if it means existing only to attack and demean her own group. Which is a long way of saying Pearl isn't like the other girls, because she's worse.
And let's just be honest, we're basically like big kids, right? That can just be propagated and like you can push us to do things.
By feeding into the delusions and biases of the most annoying people on the planet, Pearl gets to go viral on Twitter, book primetime television interviews, sell painfully uncreative merch, and produce some of the laziest, most unedited content I've seen in my life.
Hey, you guys. I can't find it.
Maybe she
Oh, that was a bit. Okay.
genuinely sees her work as an act of
I thought the video stopped.
good. Or maybe it's possible that Pearl is only doing all of this to feel a sense of pride and acceptance that she herself has never received. Because believe it or not, Pearl wasn't always like this. Before all the hate and desperation that plagues her image today, Pearl's life actually seemed far less polarizing just a couple years ago.
Hey guys, today I am here with my sister Eva, and she is going to give a chicken coop tour. I don't need no validation. I don't need no validation. Except for TikTok.
A lot of you guys have been asking questions. So I kind of ended up being like a full-time TikTok YouTuber by accident.
I can't actually show you any of Pearl's original TikToks because her first account was banned, along with her second account, her third account, her fourth, fifth. Yeah, you get it. Pearl gets banned a lot.
2 years of work, 930,000 followers, and I have officially banned. I got banned off TikTok. I got banned. They banned account number 3, but you can't get rid of me, baby. You can't get rid of me, baby. Account number 4. I still got banned. Free just Pearly things. Give me my account back.
In fact, Pearl's now on her 8th TikTok attempt. At least at the time of me recording this. Maybe when this vid finally comes out, she'll be on her 9th. I mean, God knows it wouldn't be surprising. But the status I have been missing out on what I'm sure is some valuable content.
So I said, you're a whale. You're a whale. You're a whale. You can see maybe the whale was too far, but she was a bigger woman.
I can still get a good idea of what Pearl was like in 2020 by turning over to her YouTube channel, where she's attained close to 2 million subscribers and over 900 million total views just over the past 2 years. Of course, most of those views aren't totally meaningful considering they're from YouTube Shorts, which rarely translate over to active subscribers or substantial ad revenue, but we'll discuss all that in a bit. It's true that Pearl owes much of her notoriety to the likes of Andrew Tate and Fresh and Fit, who she has collaborated with on a number of occasions during her tenure in the Red Pill community, podcasting alongside inebriated sex workers, sex traffickers, and Nazis.
Welcome to Nick Fuentes.
But when we look back on some of her earliest uploads, we can see Pearl was actually once pretty far removed from the character to make up the manosphere. In fact, I doubt she even knew who any of them were back when she was making things like My First Vlog, A Trip to Florida, Chicken Coop Tour, wrong spell, and Mansion House Tour, 10 bedrooms.
Okay, so I'm gonna see the front of the house.
See, Pearl herself comes from a very wealthy, sheltered background in Chicago, with both of her parents, Dan and Jennifer Davis, being quite accomplished software engineers in their own right. Jennifer being listed as the former CEO of Davisware, a multi-million-dollar company the couple founded together. She's now the CEO of another organization she founded to be Exponential, which is described as an online community seeking to provide tangible and realistic advice to women and to mothers specifically in navigating parenthood or life as a whole. Their website also mentions that Be Exponential was built by women for women, which is an interesting footnote considering the kinds of things Pearl has been known to advocate for as of recent. For instance, Pearl believes men solely built society by themselves. Therefore, it must be impossible for women to be oppressed because the men have already solved everything.
Men built the world for women to just shit on them.
Right.
In the world that they built a society that's safe. There's no wars. We have a police to protect us. When they talk about women being oppressed, it's wrong. It's not correct.
She doesn't actually believe men and women are equal. She's very open about this.
I think there's something evil about telling women we're equal to men because it demasculates the men and it harms the women too because it takes away the one thing we need, which is diet.
The more I think, the more I'm like, the natural world order has to be men, women, slaves. Maybe government having signed a big one about it. I mean, it must be superior because they create everything for it. It doesn't seem like we really do much if we don't follow the natural order of the world and we're left to our own devices. So, and this is sexist.
So there's no reason for them to have equal roles in society, I guess. In fact, Pearl believes women tend to do more damage by being in the workforce.
Whenever we take over an industry, we just ruin it. It's so sad. We'll base everything off our feelings and add an HR department, take away the competitiveness of industries. In the last 100 years, women have really taken over education. And you know what happened when we took over education? Everyone got dumber. Now they have a teacher and a teacher's aide. 2 women cannot teach the way 1 man used to teach. That's how bad it is. That's why I don't think therapy works when they're women. Women are just gonna comfort you. They're gonna tell you what you want to hear. Women will tell you how to fix it. But the problem is women never want to fix it. Actually fix it. Yeah, maybe ban women from the police force. If women's jobs disappeared tomorrow, society would probably be fine, but if men's jobs disappeared tomorrow, it would be rough out there.
Yet here is her own mom, essentially proving her wrong, having built up a number of successful organizations, written a best-selling book, and still managed to look after and provide for 10 children all at once. So Pearl has also attempted to weirdly diminish her mother's accomplishments and role in the company, insisting she was never the CEO, despite Jennifer's website claiming the opposite. She may have also accidentally admitted to her parents committing fraud, but that's besides the point.
Wasn't your mom the president? Was she the leader of the company?
What was are you researching my family now? Huh? They might have titled it one thing or another. They did that to get some grant from the government or something, I don't remember. But
so, yeah, is that right? Yeah, you should say that on air.
The main takeaway here is that Pearl got to experience a lavish childhood as a result of her parents both having high-paying jobs. In fact, one of the times Pearl first blew up was thanks to a TikTok she made about a giant water slide her dad bought her and her siblings. Yeah, some people just live a completely different life than the rest of us. I know she thinks a Lamborghini costs 50 grand, but this was Pearl's first taste of online stardom, a glimpse into a life where she didn't have to work a corporate job with Konica Minolta selling printers, a position she absolutely hated.
And it was literally the worst sales job of my life. I hated it. I hated it so much.
But if she had never sold printers, we never would have gotten these wonderful song parodies she posted to LinkedIn.
We just took a DNA test, turns out we're 100% the best, even when we're going crazy, because we do see problems, that's the human in us. Bling bling, then we solve them, that's the salesman in us.
I'm starting to see why she dated working there.
You should call me on my work phone all day when you need a printer. Call me on my work phone all day when you need a printer. And I know when that work phone rings.
Yeah, COVID was a weird time for all of us. I'll just say that.
My name is Pearl from Konica. I'll help you save.
But what does this have to do with her personal takes about men and women and the manosphere? Unironically, right now, how does this personally affect you, J. Aubrey? It sounds like what we're just doing is shitting on somebody for content to the tune of 1.9 million views. I'm losing my ability to give a fuck. I'm losing my ability to give a fuck. I'm about to skip ahead to the next section.
Even by her own metric.
I've noticed a lot of therapists are older single women, and I'm kind of if you can't maintain a relationship, why would I take advice from you? This is just something I've noticed. Yeah, why would I take advice from you if you can't maintain a relationship?
As Pearl continued to solidify her position in the dating community on TikTok, she eventually discovered a man named Kevin Samuels, another influencer who rose to prominence around this time for his videos on relationships, which were a tad bit on the controversial side.
But if you have made it to 35 years...
What's that? A person made controversial videos that also garnered attention and views and then continued to ride that to success in the niche in which she built and is the godfather of, quoted and cited? Wow, that's crazy, bro. Bro, that's crazy. Bro, that's crazy. I've never seen that happen before. Oh man, that sounds so weird.
Old, and you're unmarried. You are a leftover woman. It's cheating when you do it. You're cheating. We don't. We just have sex. Women like you die alone. Okay, maybe a lot bit on the controversial side. But this is to introduce Pearl to the red pill, name dropping him in the video for the first time in 2021, where she discussed several of his beliefs, specifically his philosophy on cheating.
People cheat, right? Obviously, give more opportunity to cheat, more likely to cheat. But it's just weird to me because when I dropped, like, my dad was never like that.
See, a lot of this stuff was extremely foreign to Pearl, given that her dad never fit the mold. Kevin Samuels often talked about it, referencing men. Her dad never drank, never smoked, never cheated, so this kind of rhetoric coming from the manosphere was like a glimpse into a whole new world, one that Pearl was clearly willing to explore. This video in particular may seem from the title that she's challenging Kevin's beliefs, but she more so just kind of says a bunch of words for 5 minutes.
I think a lot of people cheat because of like situations that they're in. I don't know if that's like a disagreement or what.
In my notes for this one, I just wrote down that goddamn she rambles. She doesn't even make much of a point here. LMAO. To further acquaint herself with this community, she very much began consuming as much of their content as she could, listening to their arguments and regurgitating their talking points on her own platform.
Okay, fourth thing I've learned from the manosphere, and I'm not going to talk about if this is true or not true. Women are always willing to leave you for a better option. Women today are less marriageable than ever before. Like, women can and will take all of your money, and they will do things like withhold sex if they don't do like chores or something.
She was so excited to share what she learned, in fact, that she even brought her family into the mix, which had some varying results.
Today I have a special guest on the channel, my little sister Amelia. She's super excited.
Wow. However, real quickly. Really? Excuse me. Apparently there's a gremlin outside my house. I'm about to go squash her. Just in case anybody needed to understand and know, this is her cell phone. What was I saying? Oh yeah, actually no, the first thing I was going to say is, apparently my son has explosive diarrhea. Extremely bad explosive diarrhea. Diabetes. However, what was I saying?
Excited to be here. I'm going to be showing her some of Kevin Samuels' savage moments because she was not willing to sit down for a full clip. So
yeah, her sister, she was so excited to share what she learned, in fact, that she even brought her family into the mix, which had some varying results.
Okay, fourth thing I've learned from the manosphere, and I'm not going to talk about if this is true or not true. Women are always willing to leave you for a better option. Women today are less marriageable than ever before.
Women are willing to leave you for a better option. Hold on. I have thought of an ingenious way to do this. Does this window go up? This window does go up.
thumb. And I apparently forgot there was a metal rod there. Yeah, this is one of the windows where I can pull the top window down. Anywho, as I try to not break my blinds. Not properly oiled. That actually fucks up what I wanted to do. Damn it. If it was a bottom up, it would be easier. I need to go give the gremlin her phone back. 1 second. 1 second. 1 second. Excuse me, ladies and gentlemen, the gremlin's outside the window. Kind of difficult for her to speak through it. Actually, 1 second. Easier method. You have technology, Carl.
see. I have to connect her to my Wi-Fi. Yes, this is very jank. However, I forgot that I just can use the internet and have her talk to me through Discord. Come on. There we go. Okay, that's just alright. There's a problem. And it wasn't going to every night. Was you losing your mind? Welcome, Gremlin.
I'm not a gremlin.
You're short like one.
Taller than a gremlin.
Okay. The question I was going to have it ask was women in hypergamy. How did she phrase this? It was stupid the way she said it the first time.
I think a lot of people cheat because of like... This video in particular may seem from the title that she's challenging Kevin's beliefs, but she more so just kind of says a bunch of words for 5 minutes. I think a lot of people cheat because of like situations that they put themselves in.
A lot of people cheat because of the situations they put themselves in. And then before that, or was it after that? I think it was after that.
If this is true or not true, women are always willing to leave you for a better option. Women today...
Women are always willing to leave you for a better option. Women cheat because of the situations they put themselves in, and they leave you for a better option. Gremlin, is this true or not true? You have to speak up so I know I can hear you.
I said that's not true.
Okay. Can you explain to everybody why?
Because sometimes people don't have better self-control and lose what's right for them.
Well, this is the femoid. This is her opinion. Let's see whether or not she's going to be invalidated by the femoid that we're learning about.
are less marriageable than ever before. Like, women can and will take all of your money. Women will do things like
Women can and will take all of your money. This is only half true if you don't count the mini gremlin she's currently holding. I love you. That's it's not really honest. It's part of hypergamy, but that's the problem. That's only true if you decide to believe that all women are vainglorious attention seekers that wish to take your money. And there are too many people that are perfect case examples of this not being true in my own personal life, as well as this just not being the honest truth in general. That if you believe this, you have to be dumb. Even though this video is constructed as a, haha, I'm owning her, I don't see a reason to keep watching this one either.
like withhold sex if they don't do like chores or something.
She was so excited to share what she learned, in fact, that she even brought her family into the mix, which had some varying results.
Today I have a special guest on the channel, my little sister Amelia.
I can't imagine how crazy it must have been, the conversation before you turned on the camera and pressed record, that you would bring in your youngest sister to try these points out on, to make content, and you don't feel some level of shame.
She's super excited to be here. I'm going to be showing her some of Kevin Samuel's savage moments because she was not willing to sit down for a full clip. So
yeah, her sister does not give even a single fuck. Just please let her go.
Do you think women get upset at men a lot? Depends. Do you think they say things like men are trash a lot? Do you think that's okay?
Sometimes.
Really? Depends on the guy you're talking about. Do you think, but in general, do you think that's okay? Like men are trash, like just in general.
I don't know. I don't really have an opinion on that kind of stuff.
I mean,
I just realized I have a better way to word what I said earlier. They self-sabotage, which is why they cheat.
All women or certain kinds of people?
Oh, not all women, no.
Okay. Would you
Sorry.
say? Would you say it's a culture issue, a class issue, or a personal choice?
I think that there's more things that could come up other than just those, like some chemical misfirings in the brain that make you self-sabotage.
Okay. Yeah, they were going to yell saying that you needed to get off the speaker. Carl, honest question. What is a, quote, better option exactly? Aqua, I need you to phrase what you mean by better option. It will drastically change my answer. However, to ask her question, let's use your example and say personal question, personal choices. Should we have made personal and different choices, would your decisions have led you away or further towards me?
What the? If we had made different decisions, I would have come to you sooner.
You can't see it, but I'm doing a happy dance.
Yeah, I was thinking about pulling up the stream to watch it. But I have to turn the volume down.
Or chimes in with, they do it either because they have no self-control, they have a lack of ability to meaningfully connect with people, or they purposely do it for social and financial gain. I agree wholeheartedly. I will throw that back with a follow-on question. Is it possible for them to learn self-control permanently? I would like to argue in favor that it is, because she's sitting outside right now. Otherwise, I don't disagree. The second part of that makes me lean on the sociopathy. There are some people who are just, it doesn't connect. They're socially fucked. Their minds. The women who will do this. I don't know if Pearl Davis is this. This is not me castigating Pearl Davis. I have to play fucking Defense Force because there are so many people who are willing to shit on people because they consider it great for content that it requires us to parse through this. Because I'm having more fun tearing apart some of these concepts and questioning some of these setups than just listening and playing a video game right now. This is unscripted, by the way. I didn't know she would show up here today. She just popped up on me. She missed her mans. She also wanted to show me what Boom Boom Juju made. It was horrid. There was a lot of green. It was everywhere. I was horrified.
Radio.
Lacking ability to meaningfully connect with people.
Sorry, I wasn't talking to you. I was talking on the radio.
I know. Or purposely doing it for social gain. I believe these two factors are not just one and alone. I believe they push and pull on each other. Which is why I asked her if it was a social, a class, or caste issue that usually causes people to do hypergamy. Because they're all part of hypergamy, but they're different parts of hypergamy. So, let's use Pearl as an example. Is it hypergamy that pushes a woman like Pearl to want to make content that is supposed to be a bait, or men that don't have the ability to pull? Like me! I don't know. I'd have to ask Carl in the past to have that answer, and I don't know if Carl in the past could really answer that. Because it's, like Hor just said, I was about to say, it can be one, the other, or both in tandem. Because if it's that they meaningfully lack the ability to connect with people, that's a nice queen. Maybe she's emotionally stunted. Maybe she intentionally pushes people away. But she knows what she's doing. So, if she says, I can't find a man, all I want to do is attract a husband and or boyfriend. I want my coochie ate. Why can't I find somebody who wants to eat my coochie? And they all tell her, girl, we tried to set you up with all of our exes that we thought were worthy, and you literally mantised them. They did not entertain me. I was not enthused. You can't really blame it. This is really, really crazy to say that. Then, of course, there's the other angle, which is the meaningful connection because of a purposeful choice. So they're devoid of the ability to connect. Whether it be because they personally lack it, or they choose not to do it. Heartless. The social hypergamy factor depends on the social class and caste system. Because let's use the stereotypical African-American woman, supposedly being treated like trash by a deadbeat dad that can't pay for a kid. Can a woman be socially pushed into castigation to the point where she's willing to do horrible things to herself and others to ensure and justify the ability to secure a path forward for herself, if not also for herself and her child, and or children? I think so, but it makes it worse, because now she's doing it willfully. If we apply this to Pearl, I think this is what happens when somebody's rich daughter has too much time in her hand and decides, this is how I'm going to make my own bag. And I'll show you, Mom and Dad. I'll show you. I don't even think she's doing it as a vindicative thing. I think she's just doing it because it's something she can do that she doesn't have to pay her parents money for. Also, that's wild. That's crazy horror. That's 100% wild. God damn. And I believe you are correct. I think she does it to bait responses. Because, it's easy to do it for attention. It's easy to be loud and wrong. Anybody could do it. But at the same time, I think it belies in social and class and caste issues. The social aspect, that goes to Homath. And if you guys haven't heard of Homath, you should. See if I can pull up his page real fast. Because every concept that I'm going to describe and explain, I have the ability to show through video examples, because he has better graphs that I could be able to draw in Paint that you could easily reference. But it's not like it's a really hard concept to get. And I don't want to take away from what he has, especially since he has 133 videos and a bunch of other shorts and videos explaining his creativity. So, the social aspect really has to go to the idea of hypergamy on the 1 to 10 scale. I described it earlier. I judge myself as a 6.5. I know that I'm not a 10, and that's okay. Somebody who judges themselves as a 10, but is actually a 6.5, tries to reach up to a guy who's a 10, she's going to get smacked the fuck down. Because why would he want a 6.5 if he's a 10? He can have his pick of 10s and 8s and 9s and 9.5s and 7.5s that look like 9.5s because their family has money and they have privilege and they have access. Then there's the caste issue, which is I can't move up in the world unless I get accepted into the higher echelons. And this is usually where the hypergamy comes from. Let's say you got a 4 and a 4. If the male 4 can elevate himself in money by getting more money and providing resources to eventually get to the echelon of having the financial wealth and influence of a 10, but he still looks like a 5, even though he's a 4, the 4 that he's with will be elevated in status with him. But if because of her status being elevated, that 4, who now operates on the level of a 7.5 because of access to resources, then uses a little bit more money to attenuate upwards, whether it be through looks or whatever. Oh yes, I've heard girl math. Yeah, I have. It's some of the dumbest shit I've ever fucking seen. I hate that I know what it is. Because it makes sense, but it's so stupid. Simply because it's not realistic. More on that in a second. If that 7.5 that's been attenuated upwards through privilege and status of her partner uses that money to then fund herself, whether it be through getting a status of her own, so now she has the money to do it, or she tries to use the elevating power of social hypergamy to monkey branch upwards to the 10 through makeup and WAP. She tries to go like this, then this, and connects here and does this up to the 10 level. That's sociopathy in that choice of hypergamy. And that is where most people hear about the horrible, horrible stories. They don't make up the entirety of the dating pool. But remember what I said earlier when we were looking at Redis and the divergent market. When you have a bunch of people who do social climb like this and do that, it creates an effect where other people say, oh, my friend Stacy did it. Maybe Alice can do it too. Alice did it too. And now Alice and Stacy got trophy husbands that pay their way through life. Maybe Miranda can get in like that too. And all of a sudden, the entire sorority sisters happen to all have high-paying husbands because they went to Ole Miss to get their fucking wife degree. But you, Becky, you're a 4 who don't got the money and access. So what do? How do you obtain the bag? What can be done to do it? How can it be acquired? This is where the self-control angle comes in. For some people, they just can't stop, you know? They can't stop doing it. I think I'm going to continue watching this video because I'm having more fun doing this. Some of them can't stop themselves from doing it because it's just so fun. It's like telling a lie. You try it and you gotta keep doing it because it's addictive. You like the power it gives you. You like the way it makes you feel. You like the way it makes you look in the mirror. That's how we end up with TikTok, allowing women to learn from the girlies, the toxic women who repeat these bad attitudes and these bad behaviors, and then make it look like it's socially relevant and fun to do for clout. That's how we end up with those. And that's, of course, how you end up with fucking girl math. Which is where people do the horrible calculus and manipulation of ideas and opinions and viewpoints based on women's societal factors to decide how they should best do things for themselves.
So I'll give an example. Let's say the gremlin came to my house because she wanted to use me for something today. But she didn't know that I was live streaming. So she decided to find a way to potentially cursedly insert herself. I'm not saying this is what she's doing. I'm saying this is an example. If she was that smart to manipulate me, she could be smart enough to manipulate me so well that she could implant ideas in my head to then increase my social status and elevation, so that as I get popular, she, because she's with me, gets popular. She could insert ideas that are hers and make me think that they are mine, and then follow through with them as such. And from that, growth. Now, if I could be so stupid as to believe that they are truly my ideas and to try and pontificate in that direction remains to be seen in this hypothesis of scenario. But that's factor one. Factor two, with the manipulation, for social and financial gain. Technically, it's for her own benefit as well as mine, but it doesn't make it okay. And then, of course, meaningful connectedness. I don't know if you can be able to look at a person that you care about and say, I'm going to socially engineer you into being something that I will hate later on because it secures me benefits now. But I suppose it's a bit like being a drug dealer's girlfriend. You help him find new avenues upon which to then move the bag so you can secure money. Right? Right. But you also know that eventually someone's going to have to be sacrificed on a dais to ensure that somebody can make off with all the ill-gotten gains. Are you going to be willing to dirty your hand if you're that person? Or are you more likely to sacrifice that partner or somebody in his establishment to secure you and everyone else's future in the regime? We usually see this on a very simple level when it comes to just social manipulations with people monkey branching the hierarchy game, not through social manipulation of sexual hypergamy, but social hypergamy. Somebody becomes friends with somebody to have access to a friend group, and then once they've gotten access to that friend group through their own manipulation, they cut out the person that they use to get into it and basically push them away and make themselves the center figure. Realistically, this is the Just Pearly Things dynamic here. She's making herself seem like she's one of the guys, and then she shits on every single potential woman, that's the outsider, and says, you dusty, men don't want you. I kicked off my shoe. And in doing so, she's supposedly attracting all these guys to her. Not sexually, because Lord knows that woman is built like a brick of soap. And not the curvy kind like Dial. I mean like square box. Dr. Sasquatch. Attracting guys. Potentially make her famous. Which is a weird concept to me. You're so interested in somebody who's trying to socially use you and use their feminine wiles that they might have or might not have as a way to bring you in, so you make them more famous because, oh my god, once she's more popular, she'll date me. It'll totally work, guys, I promise. This no one's ever thought this before. If I get them famous, she'll go on a date with me. As she goes on to all these podcasts and does all this shit, people just decide to not bring up, hey, yo, remember when you had a man but you couldn't keep him because you were incapable of keeping a man? Because even if you did have sex before, you probably look like you don't know how to make WAP, let alone how to dance WAP. Remember when you gave suggestions about how women can't be able to find good men, but you had a good man, but lost into an older woman? Remember how you associated with men that say that women are stupid, but somehow you're one of the smart women. You're one of the good ones. But yet none of these guys, despite the fact they fuck around, they don't want to have like a power couple thing with you. Or even like hook up on the side. Because you're one of the bros. So like, what's the problem with you having like an open, known, like sexual dalliance relationship with them? Like, what's good with all that? That it gives a vibe of, I want you guys to do as I say, but not as I do. But do encourage what I say and do to other people and replicate it as far as you can. It gives the implication of we don't thoroughly understand what it is we want for ourselves. I don't think Pearl knows what she wants for herself. I think because Lord knows one of these days I'm gonna end up on a panel. I'm gonna confront her. I think somebody like Pearl. Where are my drops? There they are. I think somebody like Pearl is a case example of what you end up with when you have too much time and not enough self-worth and self-value. Surely somebody wouldn't like to see 1.9 million, technically 2 mil if I count the total from both of those videos, people view a video about me, if it were me personally, and say all this shit that they looked into about my very open and very public background, and all the shit I've said and all the shit I've done, not turn around and stand there and be like, huh, you really cooking my shit. He really cooking my shit. Damn! Well, that's a good point. Why am I giving people advice about how I should date if I can't even pull? And if I did pull once before, why am I struggling to pull again? Are there some things I could change personally about myself? Possibly to one day, maybe not in a week, maybe not in a month, maybe not even in a year, maybe not even in 5 years. But over time, have the building blocks to build the confidence that will eventually get me to my goal. Because dating, much like with goals in life, is not a race. It is a marathon. And people will only truly notice you if you aren't one of the many stragglers in the back that have spent all their energy trying to rush out the gate. And instead you are the one that is marching along at the leisurely pace, picking up traction as you go. No. All the people saying that, they're dusties that can't get men. So you have to start listening to me, the girlie who gets it. Because all those guys that are listening to me, they see you and they hate you. They'll probably never have sex with me because I don't even know how to talk to guys, let alone go up to one. And that's if I actually don't know how to pull and I'm just pretending. And secretly I have a rich boyfriend who's helping with the editing of my process and shit. Maybe I'm a lesbian. maybe my girl's one of those people who's built like that shit brick house soap like Dr. Sasquatch. Yeah. Got me smelling like fucking rough aloe and chamomile with small bits of charcoal. Maybe that's what I do. Maybe nobody will know. Even though I'm very public and people know who my parents are and how much money they made. Nobody will know. But, content. Potentially getting put on the Piers Morgan and fucking manhandled by a famaloon. But, the women are dusties. Feminism, it's against you. But I'm also against you. Because even though I'm giving this advice, I'm not giving the men who I'm having as an audience actual evidence that helps them to be able to build for their better lives. I'm just saying what they need to hear and never really giving them anything. It's bad. I'm gonna go outside and talk to her. Or rather, I'm going outside to talk with her so she and I can both be heard.
So, when I am outside, the point I'm trying to get to, chat, is that I did not expect to get onto the topic. I just simply got annoyed and bored of not having to look at, and then I made myself angry, so I might as well look at the other things I have set up. The point I'm trying to get across here, with my point and my diatribe, is if I happen to make a video on Pearly things, I'm going to address the body of her work, because if I start addressing her body, I will never stop roasting her. It is too easy to make fun of Pearl Davis, which is half the reason a lot of these guys, when they make these clickbait videos, they choose to do so. It's not helpful. It doesn't do anything. Oh, golly. Ultimately, I know you typed a thing inside the Discord. Nobody missed it. Give him a bit. He'll probably find out the streets. What they say. It is big mystery whether or not Pearl will learn from this. We are. Thank you, Fatal. It'll be a mystery whether or not Pearl Davis. No, son. Don't hit the screen. It'll be a mystery whether or not Pearl will learn from this. Probably won't. Because if she was going to, she probably would have stopped a while again. It is but muffled. I am not sure how I can fix that. I'm trying to hold it as best I can. I don't know if it'll fix it, but I'm trying my best to get as close as I can and loud as I can without startling him.
Are your headphones tethered or not?
The headphones on the thing, if they're tethered, and they don't have a speaker output.
Oh, right, your headphones.
Dude. Ow. Ow! Stop hitting me!
I'm not, I'm flicking you.
I'm getting abused! Help!
There's no video evidence. Because you're not on video on my phone.
They can hear the thwack, probably. Ow!
Can you hear the thwack?
I'm being flicked. Okay. Okay.
Oh, the so big. Okay.
Probably should get a breathable bottom case.
Maybe. I would think that the mic was here.
I don't know. Maybe it's a receiver.
Can you hear better?
This is very dirty.
You do want to hurt me.
Normally, I would say, I hope you do. However, I probably should not be that provocative. That's my nipple. Son, help me.
He looked away from you. He's like, nope, I'm going back to my teasing wafer.
Okay. Has Pearl learned from this? Since this, technically, Pearl Davis is really far up there in the pot.
That's why I said grab the charger. You might want to keep it plugged up. I passed out before plugging it up last night.
Okay. But, I don't think Pearl will learn from these things that have been said about her within the last month to 9 months, because in terms of Manosphere, anything that could be said about Pearl could be said about all of them. But the exception is that Pearl Davis is the only female so far that exists inside that spectrum. There are plenty of people who exist around the Manosphere, but their entire content style is not basically co-sign everything the very well-known toxic males say. I think there's a couple of content creators like It's Tay Baby and Angela that have been on to podcasts and things. No, son, that's the cord. that have been on podcasts with or against her, speaking on things, Sydney Watson, an example from these videos. I think of these three things, I think Pearl Davis is doing this content simply for the sheer boredom. I think she's bored. I think she does it for boredom. I don't know, and I don't think she does it to get a man. I don't think this woman understands how to pull one. She did, and it was just simply she was in the convenience with the angry reviews guy. It was happenstance.
I don't think she could pull a man if it was on a tether.
You think she couldn't pull a man if it was on a towel?
Tether.
Tether. Okay.
Like if he was tethered to it.
Oh, I see.
Sorry.
But, the lesson to be learned here, if anything, is number one, do not let your parents' money trick you into thinking people will like you. They will not. Yes, I agree. It is definitely for attention, just not sexual or emotional. Lord forbid there be a person that find her sexual, just watching her shit on her gender. What?
I didn't see any of what she looks like. So you're saying, Lord forbid anybody who thinks she's sexual.
Imagine the worst wallflower that you've ever seen in college and high school. Flat as a swim board. Both sides. That's Pearl.
You have to have something to grab.
Exactly.
Hey, no curves whatsoever? No tummy, no thighs?
None. She can't dress, she can't coordinate. She pays money to go to a designer that's supposed to outfit her as a stylist. He puts her in the ugliest colors imaginable for her skin tone. And she's too stupid to realize it because she doesn't know how good she looks. And she doesn't know how to make herself look good for her own self without using money as an enhancer. Probably the most popular thing that had ever been created that was associated to her because it was Brittany Venti's video of her shitting on her.
Wait, you don't mean literally?
No, not literally. No, when I say shit on, that means they're ragging on her.
I get that. No, I'm still tired brain.
I am not responsible for that. I am not responsible for that. Don't give me that face. Stop doing that thing with your eyebrow. You're making me nervous. I have to swirl them around my mouth. That's how I keep my mouth wet. Stop doing that thing with your eyebrow. My God.
I'm sure somebody's gonna be like, what is she doing with her eyebrow?
Nobody will know. Only I will know. And before new Hollow memes. One thing that I do know for certain is that her career will eventually blaze and pander out. You kidding? Crumbs in the steering wheel.
Okay.
Her career will eventually pander out and fade, and it'll be very funny when it happens. But not like ha-ha funny. More like, well, damn. It wasn't even a puff of smoke. It just went... Because it's not sustainable. You can't try to pander to a group of people who are in need and tell them that the answer is, listen, these women are trash. Because the obvious follow-up question that a person should ask is, oh, really? Women are trash? Yes, women are trash. All women? All women. So what kind of women are supposed to find? I don't know. You said it was all women. I did say it was all women, didn't I? So are you all women? Look, I'm not on the table. So what are we doing here? What am I supposed to do next? Stop that.
Look, I'm not doing anything, Mama. Let me do this. I don't let you do that.
I am actually surprised that there are not some manosphere people who are actually gay, giving them advice, being like, listen, guys, women, they're done and they're over. It's time for you to try some dick. Have you tried penis? Have you tried some penis? Have you gone to a gay club? Come on, guys. All you gotta do is just do one hot step to the Coca Cabana, and you could have all your bills paid by Daniel. You could be wearing expensive suits. Shame you, whore. Shame you, whore.
What horse, sir?
If she breathes, she'd be a thought. I don't know. I have you breathing hard sometimes.
And you have me not breathing sometimes too.
Not asphyxiation. That's different. That's very different. So yeah, those are kind of the options that Pearl presents us. Either GameX or hope that Mary Jane Watson comes to your door and says, "Excuse me, Anon, I can't help it anymore. You're the only thing for me. Sexually, emotionally, maturedly, mentally. You outclass me. You have outpaced me at every design. I will reward you with my body. I will reward you with my body. Please, give me your children." Or, listen guys, it's time for us to game max. Let's go to the gym, let's buy some skirts, let's be girls! And then on the other side of the issue, horror, you can't make me say that.
Do you want to sit down?
No, I'm about to go back inside because I'm going to stop the broadcast. Because then I'm going to come back outside.
Okay. I was just asking if you want to sit down and put it there so I can see the chat. You don't have to.
Going this way. Yeah.
You know I can't see shit.
Oh, good. Somebody use some glasses.
You can go back to talking. I read the message you didn't want to read out loud. So that's the thing.
She's not right there. She's talking to me.
I just remember you could.
We'll remember that later this week. On the train, he turned on his bracelet. Oh my god! I got windshield wiper fluid on my face. He betrayed me. He betrayed me. How dare you?
I was like, what is he doing? Why are you screaming? What's going on?
I was gonna give you the keys to the kingdom of patriarchy, goddamn you. Now you will suffer just like the women.
Timing. You know he understood what you said and shook his head no.
I don't need you. I don't need you, Daddy. I already have the keys to the kingdom right here, and they're both mine. You can't have them. And he wiped his hand on his chin, and he gave me a grin.
Have to get Daddy with the windshield washer flip.
He had to get Daddy wet because Nope, I'm not gonna finish that sentence. No.
No, you're not.
No, I'm not. I'm not gonna finish that sentence. That's too easy. That's too easy.
Just like you.
Just like you.
Like
ow. Anywho, as for the people who make the content about her, they make content about this like everybody. Some of these channels are really popular. Some of these channels only exist inside of this particular space, and they're cannibalizing each other for views. I simply put it onto my radar to check this out to make sure that it is exactly what I thought it is, and it is. This Jay Aubrey video is not helpful. It doesn't help. If you want entertainment and you basically want somebody to tell you what these people are quote about, that's what it's used for. But it's so reductive because sometimes they do have a kernel of knowledge that you can try to mine out. Rarely as that is, they do have nuggets of knowledge that you can mine out and get to some kind of argument that is better than what they're presenting in their content as the subject matter and what they're presenting as the MCs of mockery as the channels making the content about them do. But even though it does happen, there's almost no benefit to doing it. Simply just because, like, what are you supposed to learn? And that's unironically what I see here. Like, that is actually the only thing left. Either, yes, son, how can I help you? Hands are sticky.
Like you're blocking me from jumping out the window.
No, you can't do that. It's my job.
Jumping out the window?
Yes! And yeah, even the mad hobo on the street can say that I can see when somebody's suffering. The only piece of advice that they really can offer to you when you ask these kind of creators anything is basically don't be like them, but their best answer is basically don't be like them, be like me. And me is usually be conniving, undercut people, treat people like garbage, and then when you make it to the top, act as though you got there on your own. And that's just as negative as can be. And then, of course, there's the alternative that we're seeing here with Pearl, which is have money, ask daddy for a loan of $1 million, use that clout to get more views on you, then endure people mocking every bit of your life, and hopefully write it out in some case of being like a behind circus current year lolcow, which that's not a life. Getting mocked because people don't like you, that's not a life. Not as any content creator. Anywho, gotta go inside the stream. I'll be back. Yep. There you go. Seriously? Yeah. Very serious.
As serious as a heart attack, babe. Anywho, I'm gonna go do things outside. And if you see me when you see me, I'm gonna come back and play more of this video game. I also need to make dinner. That's the other thing. I also need to make dinner. So, goodbye, everybody. Hope you liked what you saw. If somebody wants to put timestamps on these things so that I can make sure they're up there for those that want to see the Redis content, I will do that. I don't think the new video will be out tomorrow, but I will be working on it. Oh shit, scroll this down. But I will be working on it, and I want to have it out by this weekend, at the very least. I'll put up a poll inside of Discord and also across YouTube and Twitter, which one you want out first. Because I did hint that one of them is on Castlevania Nocturne. The other one, unfortunately, no, it's not going to be on Robin Hood. It's going to be on Loki Season 2. Particularly focusing on the Season 2 ending. I will see you all. Same Carl time. Same Carl channel. Same Carl lips. Come here. Everyone gets kisses. Goodbye.